Welcome everybody to session
Angel,
117.
Blue, Violet sent a link.
Not looking at that for a while. Welcome everybody to session 117 of Forgotten Genesis. Went ahead and rolled the roleplay question. We're about 45 minutes late to the start, because it was 5 minutes late to the start already when I realized that we needed to start, and I was trying to work with tech issues. Hopefully the tech issues are over, and the music that is playing right now that people should be able to hear while it's live will actually show up in the VOD. Apparently it didn't show up in the VOD last week. I'm wondering if even the music actually came through the live play last week. Yeah, audio routing's fucking fun. But either way, let's get into the roleplay questions, shall we? We'll go ahead and start with Angel and Violet and Blue if you want to do Blue, but then kind of move on down the line. So this one is a little bit. Again, I'm not certain that I've strictly rolled this one, but it's fun in terms of conflicts that some of your characters might be having. Question 76 on this list. What memory does your character want to forget the most?
Oh, this is a dark question, Joe. Don't ask this to Angel.
But a fair one?
No, it's not. Not a fair one, not for Angel. Angel's just gonna stare blankly into the wall, staring at you. We don't answer this question. This is not a question we answer. We just keep on going our lives through. The correct answer is how 𝕱𝖊𝖓 was born.
Fair enough. Moving that question on to Violet.
Eating a tentacled monster. Live. I don't think it went down very smoothly, but it did come back up.
So Violet just has visceral gastronomic memories. Good to know.
Of being in the abyss, yes. Like trying to swallow a million slimy... No, we're not doing that again.
Alright.
So this one's actually hard for me for a completely different reason. Avery doesn't have a whole lot of traumatic memories as far as I know. I'd have to think up a new chapter in his life in order to answer this question.
Well, that's also the point of the roleplay questions. Sometimes you can make something up and suddenly it's canon. And this can be traumatic, it could be something simply embarrassing, it could be something awkward. It can be degrees of would rather that not have happened in the brain.
I have never heard of a fart called cutting muffins.
I wish I could forget that weird pain vampire thing we fought.
You know what? That's fair. All right. Moving that question on then to Venestra.
Vinestra said Vi has no memories she would want to forget, even the bad ones.
Yeah, that's pretty much where Avery stood too. Like,
It's the magic
the
tool.
worst thing to happen to him, he wants to remember because he needs to deal with it. If he forgot about it, he wouldn't know why he was all messed up.
It's a totally fair and valid answer. All right. Everybody gets their inspiration die for those. Let's go ahead and get into recaps, why don't we?
So what I have is that we arrived above Hondoru. The giant castle dragon grandma and us, we arrived among a gathering of people. As we land as close as we can to the town, and it's largely populated by dwarves with scattering of other races. We meet an individual, a former adventurer, by the looks of it. Okay. He turns out to be a walking corpse. Piper and Angel try to help him with his hearing trouble and limp. Meanwhile, and afterwards, members of the party go around town to buy supplies, and the rest of the session was Angel setting up trade agreements, and we all head to the tavern. And then the last note I have is I, the player, go to bed mid-tavern scene around 12:30 a.m.
All right. Solid recap on that end. Megan? Megan? Recaps.
You got supplies? Then we flew off to the place. The end.
Vinestra said you forgot an important 69 roll.
A new public holiday was formed when Angel rolled 69 on performance in Dragon form. That must have been after I went to bed.
New public holiday, I don't believe I strictly recall announcing.
No, that was a joke by me.
Yeah, Megan went ahead and took her D20 bonus to her performance and applied it to her performance roll, imposing some subtractions to basically allow for a 69 total performance to do some hanky-panky with Nick.
What?
And that must have been near the end of the day, hence why we are now on the 15th.
Also, yes.
Vinestra said they did destroy the spell work on the crystals.
Yeah, Mira got to make a bunch of money.
right.
I look really low in frame now, but like your overlay was cutting off the top of my head.
Yeah. That'll be remedied in the next version where the nameplates no longer technically exist in this form. And instead, just the cameras will be filling up the whole windows. Or the whole window in that case, but we'll get to that later. So, all right. Megan, are you good?
I'm killing my brain cells right now. Going back into my childhood.
Okay. Well, then let's get into it. So, after doing the brief resupply where you encountered some quirky characters in the town of Handoru, you guys finished your flight in the main castle, finally arriving in the city of Wingstone. Landing upon sort of a butte plateau outcropping outside of sort of the main city walls. It seems basically where this is structured, there are sort of external wall guard towers, and access into the main city from this point. So while you are still technically outside of city limits, you are in a place of access. And as far as defensibility or invadability, this is not necessarily, quote-unquote, an accessible point for normal circumstances. But for your purposes, you're in a good spot.
By the time the morning comes up, are we being approached?
Yeah, you...
What time is it when we're arriving?
We got
We
there in the
arrive
middle of the
overnight.
night.
Okay.
Notably, you are not approached strictly in the morning, though in kind of venturing out toward the door, you do note as the castle, your grandmother shifts some things. There was a note pinned to the door during the night.
I take the door note, considering I'm the first one awake with a child attached to my breast.
Okay. Alright, it is a basic missive from 𝕱𝖓 of the Citadel District, stating that you will be greeted in official capacity as a contingent will be sent out by no later than 11:30 a.m. to allow you all some time to settle in, adjust to the altitude as necessary. Again, you guys announced ahead of time your arrival here, and at least it seems with a good chunk of the people of Wingstone, not to mention the dwarves that you brought with you for this, there is at least some pretense of expectation for your group.
I'm letting you know this is what she does. She's going to turn around, act like she's this pompous, supposed person, and give this missive out to everyone else. Acting out, she looks over at Lilith probably asking her, what's that thing on the door? Or just basically putting like a fake mustache on for 2 seconds with a child at her breast. And reciting what the note says.
What time is it?
4 o'clock in the morning.
4 a.m.
4 o'clock, okay.
Yeah, you've got 7.5 hours to work with at the moment, Angel.
Y'all are not awake. I'm letting you know. Avery's probably asleep, making love with Aiko.
Oh, he absolutely is. Oh, it sounded like you said you've handed that out to everyone. I'm like, isn't most people still asleep?
No, Lillian would be awake at this point, considering Angel usually they make breakfast in the morning, so it'd be her whole family. She looks over at her mother, basically reciting the note, and making some type of limerick out of it, almost like she's been Hamilton, and basically reading out the note like the town crier.
It is not overly complicated. It is very basic, straightforward, to the point. The penmanship is very, very rigid. You can tell very clearly that a dwarf wrote this. And you do know, at least from your studies, as well as just from basic knowledge about the city of Wingstone, the vast majority of the populace is Dwarven and Gnomish, which is, in stark contrast to the mostly human-dense populace of Sable Hearth overall. There are some smatterings of humans, but again, this is mostly a dwarf-dense city.
Let me see if I can do this with my hair. Hold on. Let's see if Angel can manage to do this with her hair. Yeah, she can. Awesome. Hold on. She looks over at Lillian, pulling the note off the door. And she gets on some higher shoes than Angel actually owns, considering dwarves are taller than her. Let me see if I can actually make this visual. Pull her. That's my room. That's not what we want. She's gonna pull her hair up, and she's like, our kids are like, what is going on, Mom? And they're just going, hear ye. We will be delivered a missive at 11 a.m. in the morning.
A contingent
Missive
of
is what you're
individuals
reading
to
off is what I
actually
thought.
visit and greet you by no later than 11:30.
It's basically what she's. I know, but she's being dramatic for her children. So she literally reads out this entire letter with this fake beard on her face that she's made with her own hair and walks around just like giving the town crier news to her family just to make them giggle after like trying to give us them a little bit of brevity in the morning, considering she's loopy and someone is attached to her chest.
Which, to that end especially, the vast majority of your kids that are awake at this hour, they are still absolutely going through like the leftovers of what is essentially jet lag at this point.
Who wants waffles? And not any waffles or chata waffles.
A number of your children very plainly raise their hands.
Is there anybody who does not want to chata waffles? Speak now or forever hold your weaking.
Given the children that you've collected, not to mention your own tendencies, not a hand is lowered.
Don't tell your dad, Mommy's breaking into her stash.
All right.
She pulls out what is the most pure version of vanilla, scraping it out into this thing, and some raw cinnamon, and taking her time in making this. Takes a good 2 hours. And the kids are well fed by 6.
Fantastic. Let me go ahead and get a weather roll going, because you guys are in a place that is much higher in altitude than normally you're dealing with. This is specifically a mountainous region, and you are atop a butte, which is by itself already kind of higher in altitude than most areas. So
He's gonna look over at Lillian.
This is gonna be a long day.
yeah.
Can I trust you to hold down the fort with Mom?
He looks over at Sarah.
I mean,
Because
yes.
as a Because it is 𝕱𝖗𝖙's day off, and usually that involves a lot of rompous noise making from a different room.
Okay, clear weather. It's going to be on the low end of that temperature, so it is considered basically a warm 53 Fahrenheit or 11 Celsius. It's direct sunlight within that temperature range. Still, nonetheless, the air is thin.
We're the Underdark people. We live in the dark. We're raised by it. We're molded by it.
Despite
We're getting up there anyway.
Not much wind.
She's gonna look over at all of her kids. I know this isn't much different from the Underdark, considering where we live. But because of that, we're going to stay inside today. Today is an inside play day. That means in the courtyard walls. If I hear people have gone outside of the courtyard walls, I will be sicking your father on you, because I don't have any patience today. I have
Most all of your children are well trained enough to know to behave in a new location, particularly to this degree.
Let me put it to you this way, in case you want to fall off the earth and not exist anymore, and she literally looks at all of those little ones who like to run off, and mommy have to bring you back to life a second time, I suggest you stay inside. You don't need the trauma. She's looking at the bat children specifically for a reason.
I will say, notably, this is the 15th. This is the second day of the Festival of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, and the end of the holiday marker of 𝕱𝖑𝖓𝖓, in other words, the start of the summer solstice.
I know that they have some type of fighting in every city, because that's how 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 works. We will go to the fights in the afternoon before we go into tempo. Maybe. Or at least I will have Auntie Lillian take you, since you have the secondary door. But mommy is going to go find a place to snuggle down with all the littles. She looks at the entire line of dragons behind her. Before I have to get out in the middle of people.
All right.
Angel promptly goes back to bed for another 4 hours.
Yeah, so for the sake of brevity, as things kind of roll around more so to around 7:30-ish, when everybody is at a little bit more of a normal point to wake up, particularly after a lot of high-altitude travel, and landing still in a relatively high-altitude place, but not to the same degree that you guys were in flight.
I'm gonna let you know Angel is sleeping in the playroom with the kids at the moment.
That's fair. The aroma of a prepared breakfast starts to permeate through the great halls of the Mochizuki Keep. And it does definitely smell of heartier and denser breakfast pancakes, waffles, things that are definitely meant to stick to the ribs. A little more strictly kind of at this level of height. Dense carbohydrates for those that might be a little prone to altitude sickness.
I have a question. Does Adam wake up Avery?
Well, speaking of altitude sickness, Avery, you're at this point, I'd say, fairly used to an Adam alarm clock and partway a little bit tuned out to it. Rather than the sort of spastic Adam that pokes his head through, trying to shock you back to a state of awakenedness, he tries to, and then suddenly recoils. Moved too fast. Oh, dizzy. Okay. Quick, and he falls backwards, back through the other side of the wall. Adam has altitude sickness.
Maybe you shouldn't go through the walls.
𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 said, for a spacefaring species, that is humorous.
Yeah.
Very true. He was born under the same people, but not necessarily trained under the same practice.
I have a question. How are all the dragons handling the altitude? That was the other thing I wanted to ask all the baby dragons, considering they're used to, like, a lot of changes. They're hardy kids, but, like...
Do we all need to make some kind of constitution throw for that?
It's not a high DC, but I'd say everybody make a con save. Just because you're going to be settling in at this altitude as a baseline for a while.
Saving constitution. 24.
Ideally, a few days might be spent for acclimation, but given that you guys are going to be
What is
rushing
the
out and doing things
altitude?
pretty quickly. Around here, the gate, particularly on the butte that you are on, you're at probably 17,000 feet. Getting back down into the city, you're going to be getting down into probably about 14,000.
Every time I'm taking a nap, he has to turn it up 3 degrees. Okay, I'm going to have to remind him. Hold on, I gotta make a reminder.
Vinestra said, what's a real-world example of such a city height?
Real-world example of a city at roughly 14,000. Let's see, there's a few places. There's a few of the Tibetan plateau settlements in China. There is Cerro de Pasco in Peru. There's also 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 in Peru. And let's see, where else?
Vinestra said Nat 2036.
36. You're a whole ass dragon. You're pretty used to this. You're not really having that many issues.
Vi's homeland is also massive mountain cities too.
Yeah. Which, while the Silent Spire itself is fairly high up overall, it is still not itself taller than the Dragon Spine mountain range, and not by itself taller than the Rusted Peaks. Just from the sort of baseline of the ground level, it itself reaches to be a fairly tall stretch of singular mountain. And that's the so the Silent Spire. Jesus, the Silent Spire sits sort of like a mountainous tower in the capital, whereas this itself is a fairly high and fairly, in this case, Iron Ridge mountain range. Though notably, as many of you sort of come to awakeness and look out the windows, the mountains, as they are fairly densely packed and spread out. There's a lot of cases where you can see sort of large stretches of the mountains that are almost seemingly carved away, and stretches of the cities seem to kind of weave inside of the rock in places. In its own right, like this rigid, almost maze-like network. As you look down on it, it kind of has that pattern to the street structure, but there's enough cross streets that break up the maze where you can see there's a level of organization here, but I would say it is notable that at least on the butte you do kind of have reasonable sort of view down into the city, at least to an extent of it. To that end as well, another thing that is fairly notable, there is a fairly long stretch of what looks to be, let me get up my notes here. There we go. Notably, running down from the Silent Spire, there is also the River of the Rund, which itself seems to carve almost fairly directly kind of down through the middle of the city. There are stretches of walls kind of in its two sort of major inner layers that go over top of it, kind of covering the central waterway, though there is not really any major presence of soils or farmland, at least on the surface of the city where you can see buildings present, that seems to take advantage of these of any of this water to any major capacity. It's looking in where you can see kind of more of those structures that are seemingly built into the stone, where you can see more sort of particularly dark rust-colored soils present that are in any way saturated by that water, and wherein you can see any kind of greenery. It itself more so embedded within the rock and into those carved out almost cave systems in the city, rather than anything more directly on the surface. So even for as wide and as sprawling as the city is visible, plainly just looking down at it, there may yet be even more unseen layers to it that are just built into the stone for who knows how many miles. And apparently, somewhere to the northeastern edge of this city lies a massive pocket of temporal distortion that leads into a town called Tempo, where people and things from all over time have gotten lost. As mentioned before, the entryway there, from what research you guys have done, is somewhere around the Lamp Market and what is referred to as the Lost Market in the northeastern edge of the city. But, regardless of that, the morning is yours. The missive and its contents handed out for at least what social expectations you may have for the city of Wingstone by itself, for you guys to ready yourselves for the morning, ready yourselves for the exploration of an otherwise normal, if major city of the country of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, run itself by its own collection of dragons, before you have to deal with some densely packed magical bullshit. Describing it like bullshit is probably a little unfair to myself, but my capacity for dramatics can be up and down, as it is.
I think magical bullshit is an excellent way to describe literally anything we've been encountering so far.
Fair. Notably on the direct other side of the city from where you would likely where you would likely encounter the town of Tempo, at least based off of what research you have done, is where you would find the Dragon's Ward. No longer technically the main sort of area of rulership, at least in recent years since the dragon's disappearance, but it was originally the main sort of center of power for the city, despite not being in the sort of centermost walled portion of it. The Dragon's Ward itself being a good little bit north of the Citadel district, where again that missive itself was addressed from. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and make this easy on you guys. Let me see here.
Alright. So, to the west of the city is Tempo, where my parents, along with answers about my condition, are trapped in time. Well, hopefully along with.
I understand. So where are we at, Joe?
So, let me... I'm going to make this easy on you guys, actually, as far as visual of the city, given that you guys are in a position where you can kind of look down into it to an extent. So let me grab the snipping tool.
So we're above the city?
You are...
Yes.
Yeah, you are on a butte, kind of on the southeastern edge, kind of overlooking the city. You are directly over... you are kind of looking over at where you are at. You are looking over an area referred to as the Sentry District. This is where a lot more of the guard presence is sort of heavily concentrated. Given its proximity to the Lost Market and the mess that likely is Tempo, that does make a bit of sense. As far as your position in the city, you're actually relatively close to where you would want to be. If you didn't want to get some more official things handled before you decided to head in.
You fucking serious, man? Get the way away my food. Bow, bow, bow.
But let me grab this and put it in session art. Buttes, you're gonna a lot of those and examples of those you may find in like Utah, but they're basically sort of singularly standing plateaus that kind of overlook a lot of flat ground. In this case, it is a butte among a mountain range, so it's a bit of a strange formation. But it may yet be, again, another one of those instances of this is here because of how jig-sawed the rings were when things initially formed. Since then, precipitation and other things have made this have made this to be a much more naturally present part of the mountain range here. But originally, it may not have been part of this area at all.
Cool, so since I can't visualize it, I'll just say it's a raised area.
I have just put the map in session art there, and let me go ahead and put...
Okay.
an example of a butte here.
Oh, I spelled century wrong. Century, not century. Okay.
That is an example of a butte. Which notably, the coloration of the stone is very much a lot like the example in that image there, compared to the grays that are showcased in this image, but generators are what they are.
Hey, Joe, I know that you're explaining a lot, but there's a lot of open air silence.
Okay, well, again, you guys are on a butte sort of positioning and looking over the Sentry District. If you can kind of see like those two sort of almost jutted roadways there, kind of on the eastern side, that is about where you guys ended up getting sort of positioned.
Okay.
As far as the castle and overlooking the city.
Side?
Yeah, sort of southeastern on that end.
Oh, okay. I only see one road there. Okay.
Observation. Sorry, I'm currently...
Yeah, and the Sentry District is on the west side.
Oh, sorry. I got my cardinal directions a little fucked up.
Oh, so, okay, that's why I'm confused. Yeah, there are two roads on the west.
Everything that I said was east. I meant west.
Okay, got it. You meant Weast.
North and west, the true fantasy directions. Good lord. I'm awake, I promise.
Michelle.
So I will correct this southwestern edge.
I just threw a whole bunch of lemons away where these things were feasting on. I'm pissed off because they keep leaving food out. We keep getting flies, and we're like, why do we have flies? There's water out. I wonder why we have flies. Yeah, those things. Follow that path, mine lines. But that child, mine lines. Nothing's got a while.
But beyond kind of the context description that I've given based off of the research that you guys have done, again, it's just the morning. You guys have the run of the castle before that sort of 11:30 arrival of,
He said roughly.
well, readers.
He said at the latest.
Yeah. Which,
So
to be
it could
fair,
be
since these fuckers are going to
10:30,
be
it
walking
could
from the
be
other side of
11.
the city, that may also be part of why that amount of time was given.
Yeah, it seems like quite a large city. It's a capital if the map is anything to go by.
The capital was 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, which you guys were briefly in for a time. This is the second most densely populated city, shy of what has recently been done to 𝕲𝖊𝖓 in all of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓.
Oh, okay. This whole map is labeled 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, so I thought that it was 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 with some kind of region, and Wingstone labeled with a star is what I thought would be the. I guess also Stalinhorde is also labeled with a star.
Yeah, Stalinhorde is a, if you'll note, that is a star with a circle around it. That is to indicate that is the capital city of the actual country of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓.
Got it. So Wingstone is just a star because it's a big city.
Yeah.
Similar to Eichstätt.
Yeah.
Got it. To the west, to the east of the city is the lost town of Tempo. Cool. All right.
Which again is supposed to be
So I guess we're just
supposedly packed somewhere beyond the Lost Market.
east of the city in parentheses, somewhere beyond the Lost Market.
Which again, forgive my ass, west of the city, because the Lost Market is on the west. Look, directions are...
I thought the Rusted Peaks was to the... What?
The Rusted Peaks are overall to the east, however, in the positioning of the city, the Lost Market itself is on the west side of the city. The Rusted Peaks are kind of wrapping around the city, and the city itself is tucked into the Rusted Peaks, if that makes sense.
Don't mind me, I'm just gonna copy this image so I have both maps in the same channel here.
I'll put it in the sink. What's that?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so it would be somewhere to the northwest of the city.
Yeah.
So you did say that part correctly, apparently, because I originally had to the west of the city.
Okay, so my directionality wasn't fun. Today's been a day.
Only sometimes. It helps me to remember that the compass says we.
𝕲𝖃 said Vi's going to take a deep breath of the new region's thin air, stretching out, ready to depart, grabbing all of the equipment she'd need.
Yeah, which, notably, the aroma that strikes you, it has that sort of thin, almost frosted quality that you would expect in just about any mountain range, but there's also especially given the environment that you're kind of used to from your home, an almost junkyard aroma to even sort of the soil smell in the area. Like a thick presence of rust, even present just in the dirt on its own.
I believe not anything about it.
Which also, given maybe some Australian iron-rich soils, it makes you shudder at the thought of what the hell might happen to the skies here during a windstorm.
So I guess we're just like eating breakfast, winding up for the day for now.
Essentially, yeah. Because again, it's about 7:30.
I'm coming downstairs. There's gonna be some role play there.
He's gonna try to play like a video game. Skip the thing.
Which is to say, for the sake of brevity and my own efficiency as DM, is there anything you guys want to cover for the morning, or would you prefer to just kind of jump forward to the arrival of essentially the greeting party?
Because this is not a game. It's not cutscenes. We can actually kind of either describe what we're doing and then move on, and that'd be fine.
Don't say it out loud.
Avery,
I like them DM descriptions and I like them things.
yeah, well, like I said, Avery's kind of munching on breakfast, kind of stretching, yawning, just winding up for the day. I think he'll be doing that until we actually start doing stuff. I mean, like getting on with the campaign.
Yeah. Notably, a lot of the sort of breakfast accoutrement, there's a lot of honey nut flavor themes present, which nuts are very, very useful for as a protein source for adapting to altitude.
Interesting. I feel like altitude's sick. How much would my, let's say, flexible physiology help with altitude sickness?
I'd say with what you kind of already have access to, there's a level of inherent malleability within certain environments, so you have an ability to accelerate kind of your adaptability compared to some others who do not have as much of a flexible physique. There is still
you could still be stressed.
Yeah. There is still a chunk of time kind of reserved to your body understanding what the hell kind of situation it's in the first place. Which itself will take a few hours compared to, what for some people maybe a few days of acclimation to an environment like this.
I imagine it'd be like encountering a new race for the first time and not being quite sure how to shapeshift into it. Like, I'm figuring it out.
𝕲𝖃 said, can Avery physically change his body?
He's a changeling, yes.
He can spread his lungs a little bit.
Yeah. And that's the big sort of thing for adaptation for those of you that are not used to environments like this. It's just adjusting your lungs to how comparatively thin the air is. Especially when in more recent adventures you guys have been on the sea at sea level. So it's
Isn't there also a cardio aspect to it? Like your heart probably has to pump a bit more blood.
Oh, it most certainly does. Not to mention, you will also just biologically, you'll have to be drinking a lot more water in an environment like this. But
I can.
I digress.
Hold on, guys.
Anyway.
We're gonna hear a lot of snapping.
Okay.
either way, for the majority of the party group here being either draconically adjacent or changelings and therefore physically malleable. Or in the case of Piper, NPC status at the moment that she is, being a variety of archfey that can change with the seasons, or in this case change with varieties of disasters, is capable of to an extent providing some level of malleability. So again, you guys are able to adjust to this within a matter of hours compared to days.
Here's a question. Are Rune and Haven absolutely losing their shit?
There's a lot of morning wailing when they are very much kind of trying to adjust to that altitude, the thin air, and especially for infants, trying to figure out what the fuck the sensation of unpopped ears even is.
Yeah. I have trouble with my eustachian tubes IRL. I know exactly how it feels.
I think Angel's gonna go ahead and give them a passy and just watch both of them, their ears pop.
Yeah.
And just look at them and say, okay, well that happened.
Angel. My go-to babysitter.
Which, particularly for you, Angel, it is a very quick exercise in understanding which of your dozens and dozens and dozens of children have pressure sensitivities. Because, yeah.
I have a question. How is the deep child handling this altitude?
It's rough at first. You know, while you guys, for the most part, are going to be able to acclimate for a few hours, it's going to take him a few days.
He's going to have him go into the necklace because it doesn't have an altitude.
Yeah.
He also should probably have some level of exposure to it if he's gonna get used to it.
That child may not even make it above this altitude ever in his lifetime after this. For what he is, he's literally a child that's from the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, there can be bodies of water found at this altitude. I mean, hell, there's a riverway running through this city, for fuck's sake. But, all the same, not really common for at least water-faring races to be in places like this.
Yeah, y'all are gonna hear a lot of me cleaning today because I gotta get the flies out of here.
Fair enough.
We've had like an infestation. I don't know where they're coming from other than the guinea pig smell. So we're gonna have to figure that out.
Okay, and then pull up the thing here.
Buddy? What happened? How are your wings, bud? Goodbye. He decided to get on the ceiling, and then he's like, he won't shoot water at me up here.
Okay,
Arid.
Citadel Ward, Arid, that'll be Arid, Ringer, Winna, and...
It's more or less because my grandparents keep leaving food on the counter, and they keep leaving it out. Like all these like rotting lemons and stuff, and they're like, oh, I don't know, I have gnats or flies.
That is actually remarkably a good spread of examples of the type of people here. Okay, so for the sake of simplicity and brevity, as you guys are kind of taking the morning to adjust and get a bearing for where you are, not to mention with some notable delay, not too unlike being in Kidding, a notable delay of sunrise, though noting very quickly that that's largely just because the rising sun is shielded by the presence of a mountainside at your back. Eventually, sunrise does kind of crest over closer to 8 than it does 7. But all the same, it is about 10:30, 10:40 that finally there is a proper knock at the door.
She looks over it. I'm gonna say the mountain goat child that I actually have, which you basically told me is a mountain goat.
Mm-hmm.
And have him open the door. Because everybody else is uncomfy.
Okay. All right. Opening the door first, you find a sort of copper-haired, green-eyed, relatively tall for a dwarf, male, heavily armored individual. At his side, another male dwarf with sort of gray hair and blue eyes and what look to be sort of priestly vestments, more so reflective of folk in their kind of platinum color in their garb. Flanking to the opposite side of that dwarf that knocked on the door is a female dwarf with black hair and light blue eyes, seems to be of a more jovial disposition. You can very clearly see sort of instruments at her side, though she has this sort of heavy and well-adorned fur cape with a lot of sort of like really heavy gold and silver trim with a really heavy copper weave running through that fur cape and a fox at her side. And flanking behind the lot of them, with sort of copper and iron running through a sort of heavy set of chainmail armor with a tabard over it, is the sort of one human in their company. As she kind of looks down at the goat child with a calm, sort of neutral, soft-smiled expression, looking through these bright amber eyes with this flowing flock of brown hair, some of it seeming to cover a good half of her face. And of course, the first one to speak up there is the dwarf, of course, that did naturally knock. Right, well, to whom am I speaking, young one?
Everett, can you please back away from the door?
Your kid shyly just kind of skitters away, staring eye contact with a dwarf that he was less prepared for than he thought.
She's going to speak at him in Celestial and tell him, when you catch your studies, you do still have to a paper due at the end of this week. Whether or not you decide to do it is up to you.
The more priestly-oriented dwarf to the left side of the dwarf that had knocked turns in sort of a noted acknowledgement of your speaking in the Celestial tongue. And kind of smirks in an acknowledgement, hearing that language used in such a casual, familial address. Right, so may we be invited within, or would you prefer
Come in.
that we meet
Sorry.
properly in the courtyard?
No, it's fine. Come in. This is a tavern, after all. Drink, food, things.
As we were informed.
She pulls out. I'm letting you know she pulls out chicken soup that she decided to make herself for herself. I need water and hydration.
We are a lot of us fed, though I do appreciate your hospitality. In preparation for this, we all made sure we were fed and drank plenty, as we weren't sure quite what we were meeting, other than, as per the missive sent in our direction, an explanation of a castle flying in just outside of our fair city.
I have a question. How many of Angel's shimmery children, as we call them, or glowy children, as we call them, are literally running around playing kickball?
There's a lot, and then among sort of the more, among the rafters and the less visible and shadowy tucked parts of the castle, just even in this area, it very much gives off the essence of like a Disney painted still of bats hiding among the trees, where you can very clearly see glowing eyes just staring out at this procession. And I don't know if the procession's the right word, but
She looks up at the... Oh my god, my brain is so fried from being in shock. Joe, children that are not changelings, but are magic incarnate.
Laybourne.
She's going to speak in the language of Solai up at the Laybourne. If you have time to lean, you have time to clean.
To which your kids immediately get back to doing work.
She's going to catch Charlotte. Charlotte, hand me your sister and go to your work.
Charlotte hands her over, and your kids immediately get out to rotation.
She holds Henniger's baby and feeds her while she's eating soup.
So then.
So they are in the main, like... Go ahead.
Yeah, the main
Angel's
entryway into the keep is the Dark Star Crossing, in other words, the tavern.
So one side's the tavern, and one side is the ballroom. And the ballroom is kind of like a makeshift room, so it can be a playroom. It can change into multiple things. Right now, the kids are using it as a playroom because they can't really go outside, so they're having to do their homework. There's like long tables with them just do homework and stuff like that. Play.
But basically, have they made it to where the rest of the party is yet, or not?
No, we're sitting in the tavern, main part, because there's not a lot of people. Like besides,
Is the tavern where we go to eat breakfast and stuff?
We're usually actually in the family quarters, which are further back.
Yeah, you
okay.
guys eat in basically a private kitchen, which is attached to still that wing, but it is further back.
I think after I'm done eating, I'll go meet him.
She gestures at the tables because she's sitting because she was bartending at the time because Lila needed a break. Take a seat.
To which they all do sit and kind of, well, they all do find a seat to go ahead and get themselves comfortable. Though the one in the priestly vestments, his chair is pulled out by the human in their company before he ends up taking a seat. And
she has like a sideways glance with that.
Notably, you do notice there is an unsteadiness to the gait of the one in the priestly vestments. Especially on closer inspection, for a dwarf, it is a relatively older man. At least for the one in the priestly garb.
So I'm guessing the altitude has gotten to your joints?
Looking to the priest who had previously smiled at your celestial comments to your children. The altitude and the time.
Makes sense. She looks over it. This is Avery. We're here to find his parents. In tempo.
I'm Avery. We're here to find my parents.
Right, Avery. Well, that's certainly a name. It's not much to go on. There's not... Well, it is only a first name. Do you have a surname to go with you?
Darling? If that rings any bells, probably not.
Starling. It might. Breatha. He snaps his fingers at the female dwarf with the black hair who has the instruments at her side, and she immediately kind of unfurls a scroll, which as she rolls through it, it seems to uncoil more paper than is present in the scroll as she begins to kind of move through entry after entry. Starlin. Major race of descent.
What?
Avery, what were your parents?
Oh. My... What?
What were your parents?
What were you born of?
They were both human. They were human.
Human, okay.
But what you see here is a changeling that, it's some weird wonky genetic stuff that ended up manifesting.
Right, I wasn't asking for your medical history, just your
She's technically my
name.
long-lost cousin. I look at Piper.
who's busy T-posing her way through a bowl of oatmeal.
She doesn't like oatmeal.
T-posing her way through standard English breakfast.
Yes, she'll eat that.
I'm sorry, what, may I ask your name?
I'm Breatha. Breatha Starbeard.
An interesting name.
Bit of a pen name.
Fellow star name.
Again, more of a pen name than anything. Once it turns night and the moon catches it, there's a lot of metal shavings that'll light up in the black hair down here, like stars in the night sky.
Oh, that's really cool. Above board, how do you spell her first name?
B-R-I-T-H-E.
I-T-H-E.
She pulls her. Angel's busy pulling her hair out of a baby's clip. Mommy needs her hair. Mommy needs to keep her hair. It'd be great.
Weird.
Startling. There were, let's see here.
Ling. S-E-A-R-L-I-N-G.
L-I-N-G. All right, well, there's about 7 starlins with 2 N's at the end. But they appear to be tabaxi, so let's get a little further down here.
They would have come through looking for him.
Correct. Can I transmit a mental image of my parents? Or even, I could probably just even do like a minor illusion. Yeah, I'll just use a minor illusion to...
Okay, that'll help if I have to go through descriptors if they ended up not giving their names, because I do have guard records here. I do know, at least I was informed that you were here on sort of a missing persons venture, so wherein I can aid in that, I will absolutely at least do my best. Let's see. We got a Ulysses Cordell Starlin with a Raven Starlin. Separate entries, separated by magnitudes and date. You said they were both human.
Correct, yes.
Well, then
As far
the
as I
degrees
know.
of magnitude don't rightly make sense. Unless...
If time is the strange factor, there was some real weird time stuff that led to them going missing.
Oh, they were waylaid in temple, were they?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Right. Well, as far as the entry disparity here, your mother's attendance entry is set some 80 years back. Your father's about 3.
Angel's gonna look at them. From what I can understand, this hole in tempo is kind of like a slide through a needle thing. Takes you through time, not whether
That
you
it
want
is.
to be through time.
That it is. Some people come out, some people don't, and those that do come out are often displaced in time quite heavily.
I'm actually not okay
I myself
with
was
that.
quite the famous dancer in the Second Era. But I digress.
Angel's just looking at the ceiling like... I have a question. How connected are you to the rest of the world and what's going on in the rest of the world?
For me personally, well, I've had a few good decades to go ahead and well, reacclimate myself, as it were, and connect with some far more distant family than were previous.
What I'm saying.
Care to clarify?
What do you know about what's going on with the rest of them?
Oh, you mean the war and whatnot, and the resurgence of the mind flayers and what have you? Yeah. Well, given that this city is at least a little bit closer to the borders, we know some. We know some. And I like to be informed, in case I need to entertain and brighten moods, particularly if people make their way here to get away from the mess. I'm no stranger to wars, even from the time I'm from. Not with mind flayers, mind you, but,
What if I
well.
told you that this place would be connected to the abyss?
That wouldn't shock me, but I'm just the record keeper, mind you. As far as the one that might be a little more concerned with that, that'd be Ringer here, the priestly fella in the platinum-colored robes.
The ringer.
Hello again. Sure.
I need a super.
And what might we call you, sir?
I am a Ringer.
A dead ringer.
Your name. What should we
Ringer.
call you? Your
My-
name is Ringer.
My name is Ringer. My surname matters
I
not
thought that
at
was
this
some
point.
kind of. I thought it was a profession.
My surname matters not at this point, as it's part of my oath to abandon that attachment to my family and make my faith unto the God of knowledge my kin. I left behind quite enough family that I was comfortable enough taking that oath. Not many do. It requires an utter devotion of oneself to the pursuit of histories. But,
And your
you know.
human friend?
What's your name again? You were assigned to me last week. I'm Weena. You can call me Win.
How do you spell that?
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎𝑘.
Okay. Hey, that wasn't bad.
For shorten's
that's a
sake,
good spell.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
Well, you know,
Fair.
all the kids that are like hiding in the room, there's like a full-on giggle. It's like a whole giggle.
Even in our
especially for the
world, we have
nosy-
names that are subject to immature responses.
I deeply apologize. There's nothing wrong with your name. We are just an immature bunch of rascals with a lot of power.
Say that. I live with immaturity right now. She looks down at her door. Either decide that you're gonna eat or play with mommy's hair. One or the other.
Anyway, I'll let our mouthpiece over here take it from here.
I'm Ringer's attendant. That's all.
Vinestra said
I
Vi
have.
would give Avery a side eye behind her mask eyebrow raised.
Just for
Just call
shits
me
and
Win
giggles, I
to
copy
avoid
her
chuckles.
expression exactly, face and all.
Win is fine.
Win is plenty. That's all I need. Now,
I
I'm not
think she's
here
coming
for
in
information or management of any kind. I just manage him. As far as discussions, take it as I'm not even here.
Okay. So, no, I'm not going to take it as you're not here. You're still a human being. Though most
Why else would I? Why else would I go through the trouble of asking your name if I don't acknowledge you as a being in this room with me?
You may choose to acknowledge me if you might. Just to understand, as far as discussions, I'm not here of consequence.
Perfectly fine.
Can I roll an insight on that? Because I don't like that. That didn't feel right.
Insight
Attendants are
or
perfectly
religion?
normal.
No, let's go with it.
This
Well,
doesn't feel like a case of slavery.
Actually, I'd say insight if you're reading her, religion if you're reading into just the context clues.
Well, the natural 20 and the insight, which is... I got these little moon dice. They're really cute.
Insight as far as reading her,
mosaic, rectangle die.
she doesn't seem put off, and if anything, like she seemed slightly... She defensively chuckled a little bit at the fun being poked at her name. But she doesn't really seem to be put off in the position she's presently in. She notably doesn't really even seem to be on guard in this unfamiliar environment, despite being one of the probably second most heavily armored person present.
Oh, good. So, what is it that you know about tempo, considering we're going into it, not necessarily wanting? We have to.
Is that you asking her or asking Ringer?
I'm asking Ringer.
Right, well... Tempo. We've mostly sealed it off through the Lost Market and some extended reaches of the Crag District. It was called the Crag District originally because it was unstable ground, known for sinkholes and ruptures and ravines kind of opening up in the area. Not really a stable place for streets, despite how numerous the streets at present therein are, though. As the crags expanded and the ground became less stable, we noticed it was actually sourced more strongly from the Lost Market, and where it sort of bled into the slip points into the town of Tempo. And how would you describe them? There's not really like a visible walkable path as much as you step in one place, you'll find yourself in another. That's how the Lost Market seems to work, to an extent. The Lamp District, as we've done our best to expand it, seems to hold that almost entirely at bay. The Lakers District, notably, seems unaffected.
Abyssal doesn't want to mess with that.
So he's saying that there's not a path to Temple, but rather you just kind of slip into it when you're in the Lost Market?
Essentially, yes. It is... While it's not an officially walled-off part of the city, you'll know you're there once you start noticing empty buildings.
We'll notice we're in the market or in Temple?
In the Lost Market.
Tempo. Tempo. I corrected my Tempo. Yeah.
As far as being in Tempo, to my understanding, particularly from Britha here, it's not really like a soft transition. It's you're in Wingstone, and then you're in Tempo. They are distinctly different.
Thank you very much. That'll be helpful.
Yes.
The way in isn't consistent, and as such, the way out isn't either.
She's gonna call Blue's name in Sylvan into her necklace and watch Blue fly out.
If your intent is to go hunting for persons in that unstable place, I might suggest a visit to the Lamp District. And at that, reasonably, a visit to the Knight's Ward to bring someone with you. And if nothing else for blessings, a visit to the Citadel District.
I don't think we have a choice on going to the Citadel District. Considering she looks at the guards that are around the room constantly.
He unfurls and supplies the lot of you a proper, though admittedly a priest-scrawled version of the map of the city to give you guys beyond the maps you already have. This is, a more recently printed one. The ink's a little bit cleaner.
In case you need to go poking around, I would hate to see you come out 300 years from now.
You just thought, Russ, what's another 200?
Beyond the lifespan of most people your size.
Sir, you have no idea.
Oh, I do. But I make the point nonetheless. I've lost people in this city.
I'm letting you know when he says that. One of the kids says, and probably it's Celestial. Boy, he doesn't know what he's talking about!
He replies in Celestial.
I've been alive for some time. I was alive when the dragons were here before they left. And I was alive to hear a great many stories of your mother's predecessor and your father. I was alive to witness worshippers wail in despair at the loss of our connection.
What a pretty language. That's all Avery's thinking.
Party. Angel looks at her children and speaks in Draconic to the dragons, knowing that they minded their manners and basically puts food in front of them so they'll eat it.
Notably, there was not really an indignant tone to his voice. It was soft, it was respectful, and it was very much kind of a teacherly tone from the old man.
It takes a lot to make someone his age actually angry.
I know. They're just little kids saying stupid stuff. Embarrassment. I'm letting you know, just see her put her fingers to her forehead like this.
And kids will say stupid stuff and ask stupid questions because sometimes, stupid as it may be, they may still legitimately want the answers.
She looks over at... We're going to hit the Citadel District first because I have to go see whoever runs this town and ask them why they allowed it to become so lawless and stupid.
It's not lawless and stupid. That's it.
If there is the abyss and they are not policing it,
It is being
We're in it.
policed, believe you me. There may not be walls, but there are patrols preventing common folk from entering near the district.
No, I get that part, sir. But this is a far bigger problem. And your patron would say so.
I'm sure that he would.
Above table, he recommended we visit 3 places. What was the first place? I wrote Lamp District, but I don't see that on the map.
Lamp District, it is on the west side of the city, right next to the Crag District.
We are not going to the Lamp District first. I have to finish the Citadel business first.
Oh, I see. Lamp Market. I see.
He also suggested the Knights Ward, which is more toward the central part of the city and past the second wall. And you
the
also
Citadel
recommended the Citadel District. Yeah. Which again, based off of previous research, the Dragons Ward is likely where the dragons that actually run the city, at least previously ruled from. They may be reestablishing that. They may not. Either way, at the moment, the Citadel District seems to be currently the seat of power for the city.
He's going to ask the baby Planetar to come out of the necklace, who can now run full throttle if she wants to.
Oh, well, that confirms a good density of rumors about you.
I have 2 of those. Alright. You are going to lead me through the city. She looks at her pretty girl. You are going to lead me through the city, and we're going to go to that big building on the map. See that map?
Yeah. Well,
She's like a bright beacon in the entire group. That's
If
what she's
there
doing
is-
it on purpose.
anything else you needed asked? We're here, or we can begin to make our way. We can
I would prefer
guide
to
you
not.
if need be, or we can just move along.
I would prefer to not waste time. His family is being tortured in Tempo.
Well then, we will be on our way.
Mentally tortured, which is the worst part.
Arid, the apparent leader of this group, who had initially knocked on the door, seems to be, for the most part, ceding the direction that this group of people is going into whatever Ringer seems to be saying. And it is... There's a reverence and respect for the old man, but now kind of also in looking at it, I think everybody here has a passive enough, has a high enough passive perception that you do see some physical similarities between the two, particularly in their facial structures.
I have a
Between
question.
the Reverend and who?
Between Ringer and Arid, the dwarf that had initially knocked on the door.
Oh,
She looks.
read anything about Arid.
Yeah. She looks over at Kismet. Kismet, I'm going to have you and your older siblings lead the little one through the city because she hasn't been able to go for a walk in a while. And because I don't want her vomiting in the necklace a 3rd time.
All right.
Planetar is learning how to walk.
So, I'm assuming everybody then is going to go ahead and venture out into the city. Mm-hmm. All right. First place you guys want to go? Closest.
Citadel.
Okay. Citadel. All right, going to the other side of the city. At a walking pace, that's going to take... probably at least a good 6 hours, assuming that you know where you're going. Given that this is your first time going through the city, it's probably going to take longer. I want you guys to go ahead and give me... Survival check's probably not going to be the right one for city navigation. So let's say... Nah, survival's fine. Go ahead and give me, everybody give me a survival check. We'll go on averages here.
Survival check.
18 plus.
E. I got. Well, one sec. Let me pop this out. I got 11.
18 plus 12.
Okay, 11, 30, and Venestra?
I think I must have just missed a description because this is the first time I've heard the name Arid. Is when you said there's similarities.
Vinestra said 36.
Oh, did that not get picked up by the mic?
Yeah,
36.
I've only been made aware of 3 NPCs.
36.
Oh, you guys might not have asked his name. I described him at least, but I digress.
Can I get the description again?
Yeah, so Arid, the dwarf that had initially actually knocked on the door, is a tall for a dwarf with braided copper hair and green eyes. He has he wears banded mail over his body in a sort of copper iron weave. He does also have a spear and a shield present on his person. Notably, there is a lot of heavy dwarvish runework all across and throughout that the chain armor that he wears.
Are these? I would be able to tell likely. Are these dwarven runes?
Yeah, it is dwarvish. Which all of it, I mean, for those of you that have an understanding of the language, or Eyes of the Runekeeper, for example, it does not seem to be strictly magical in its nature as much as it's just kind of reinforcing almost like tenets of faith or tenets of an oath. It is mostly redemption and loyalty and that kind of thing.
I have a question. Would I need Eyes of the Runekeeper? What are the chances that I just happen to study this as I'm learning runes?
Given that these are not strictly of a magical nature and more so just written language.
Got it.
Yeah.
But I would be able to identify that they're not magical.
Yeah, and Dwarven is one of the more common alphabets, so you would at least understand, hey, that's Dwarven and it's common script for Dwarven.
I got it. Thank you. Now we can move on.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, we have 30, we have 11, and then Venestra, your survival check for you guys navigating through the city.
I said it twice. I said it 3 times. 36.
36, thank you. Okay. All right. So, 36, 30, and 11. Where the fuck is my calculator?
Without my bonuses.
What is this for, or do we not know yet?
This
It's to
is
travel
just
through the
for
city.
this is for navigating through the city. That's 6 hours if you guys are familiar with the streets and its structure, and or if you guys manage to navigate fairly well. But it could be longer if you don't roll that well, since you're not familiar with the city overall.
Okay, so survival is for the sake of navigation.
Yeah, just for kind of winding through the streets.
Got it.
All right, so rounding up, that's an average of 16. That is decent enough. Honestly, you guys are able to pick up just on the road structure as well as context clues for the way that people are moving around, as well as for those of you that are familiar with Dwarvish. For what road signs are present, you guys are able to make your navigation easily enough and not kind of lose yourself among what is very much kind of a maze-like structure for the city to someone who may be less familiar with this kind of area. But eventually, you guys make your way into the Citadel district, which this, in order to get there, which assuming that you guys went the southern route to make sure that you avoided the Lamp District, you guys do pass through what steadily kind of transitions to more and more fanciful and noble oriented structures. Things get steadily more expensive looking and well structured as you kind of pass through and toward this area. There's heavier sort of metallic banding and ornamentation on the buildings, and eventually as you kind of pass through the Rampart District, the Tower Ward, the Jeweler's Ward, you had to pass through there, and there's even gemstones inlaid into the streets.
I'm planning on coming back to it, Joe. It's the fact is that it's just going where we have to go right now, because this I would rather handle the hierarchy first so I can explore.
Right, and I'm getting through you guys are moving through their mini description of it quickly. There are jewels inlaid into the streets as you pass through the Jeweler's Ward, and finally getting into the Citadel District. It seems to be a smattering of what look to be almost high society political function buildings that are in and of themselves bordering on nearly gaudy. There's a lot of almost mechanical integration into a lot of it, as this seems to be also almost especially where the gnomish portion of the population seems to be almost doubly integrated into the dwarvish, and also there is with that an irreverent verticality to the buildings here, as this also seems to be a lot where a lot of the priestly presence of the city is focused. It seems again in the absence of.
What's the transition change? Is it shocking? Like, is it like going from, let me give you the description. Is it like going from, say, a midtown district, like a rural kind of thing, or like a business district, like hustle and bustle city, to, say, Descendants of a Bookworm, the entire structure that they had for the nobles?
A little bit, but it's not a jarring transition as much as it's a gradient toward that, right?
My question is, for Angel, how much of a jump is it, considering there's an air emotionally?
Yeah, comparing this to the Sentry District, it's like, how best to put it? It's like comparing like downtown Detroit to Dubai.
Okay, let me give a little bit, maybe a little more accurate. Popper, the Prince.
From where you guys entered in, no. Along that southern end, it was very much kind of a more militant, structured area where you kind of transitioned toward that.
In a feudal structure, there still would be a difference between a duchy and a basic like a duke and a pauper. But the problem is, I'm saying pauper to prince is like a huge skip. So this is like more like middle feudal worker to prince situation.
Yeah, I will say, as far as what you guys passed through, there was nothing that really you could identify as like very clearly like lower class or shanty town from where you guys were. And so there's not that stark of a class jump.
Haughtiness has a smell. It's one of those things. Haughtiness has a smell. No.
Sure, yeah. Especially in getting into the Citadel District, I would say. Which it really kind of started in the Rampart District. There was a beginning of an aroma of almost like perfumed essence to the street. Whereas otherwise there was just kind of a stagnant aroma of like industrialization through a good chunk of the city, and now that's begun to get kind of masked.
So she's going to, Angel's going to be making mental notes. And she's going to ask Lucien to come out to see how they react to seeing Lucien and having him walk the streets with her.
Yeah, particularly here in the Citadel District. Let me go ahead and double check as far as priestly locales, because of course there is Volk, but there are others officially and unofficially worshipped in this area, whether it's on the surface or on the understreets, right? So, oh. Okay, so with that information, with Lucian popping out, while there's, among the priesthoods, like, a bunch of people that are, like, fine and not really taking notice of it, because it's like, oh, adventurers here. Again, during a war, we're not shocked. There's also some other people that kind of immediately clock the lot of you kind of walking through here already, a very kind of unusual collection of people, and then just kind of feeling that aura off of Lucian. Being the spawn of, for example, what was 𝕱𝖏𝖏 for Lucian, where some people have a very clear look in their eyes of recognition and walk with sort of a wide berth, and then some with a horrified look of recognition, and some still that look like a little bit more refined in their dress, where it very clearly looks like the streets that they're coming up from in this district go into what appear to be the understreets, structures of buildings that kind of go under this district but are still part of it, where they look at it and you swear you see like these half-cocked smiles on their faces looking at him. It is
I'm going to make them even more
blended mix of all kinds of people here and all kinds of reactions.
I'm going to make it very more perturbed, Joe. I'm going to hand the baby that's on her chest to Lucian, considering he'll play with his sister as much as he wants to.
Yeah.
He hands him over. I want to know what the look is of the smile on his face is giving his sister and the weird awkwardness.
It's more of the same, but with suddenly an unsteadied disconcertion to it. Like even for the people that had that sort of half-cocked smile looking at the situation, there's now that look in their eyes and that sort of cringe in the cheek of like, huh? Of unsure what to do with that sort of contrast of the established information that they have and what they are observing.
She's going to pull out Kismet at the same time. She wants to kind of see, she wants to judge what this city will take. She's going to push the boundaries a little bit.
To a point, as you start pulling out more and more kids to try and gauge people's reaction, the reaction starts to be people giving just the group in general a wider berth as the crowd seems to be magically...
Whoa. We can hear everything on the other end.
Vinistra said brick.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it. There you go.
She looks over at,
As the crowd seems to be magically expanding, a wider berth just naturally becomes kind of the result. Even among the more... unprepared reactions of the people in this district.
she looks over, she's going to put the 𝕲𝖏𝖏𝖓 back, not the 𝕲𝖏𝖏𝖏𝖓, she's going to put the planetar back. And she's going to pull out Alex and see what happens.
Alex.
The 𝕲𝖏𝖏𝖓.
Yeah.
Babos, your phone is back here in my red bedroom. You have to come get it.
In pulling out Alex, that wide berth that people have been giving you has just kind of remained as, something as big as a fucking planetar walking among you is something that's kind of hard to not notice even after it's, disappeared. Alex, being what he is, there's looks of intrigue and curiosity from a chunk of the population here, but that wide berth at this point is maintained, right? It's not just like naturally filling in like you're pulling a spoon back out of a pot, and the water is not undisplacing, so to speak.
I know it's not that undisplaced. I'm judging by what whispers go up the chain as quickly as I'm pulling out my kids. That's the issue. I
As
can
far as
judge reaction.
whispers, there are from the people closer by. This seems to be a district of people that seem to be at least publicly, particularly for this district and its purposes, not quick to being at least vocally judgmental. Most of the reactions that you're getting are entirely facial. Any reactions of disconcertion, concern, or verbal rumor, effectively, that start up, don't seem to be from the people in sort of the fanciful vestments as much as it does the people in more common or workman's or trade-focused clothing that are, passing through this district to get to another. Whether it's passing through on the surface here and walking that distance, or passing through into one of the understreets to walk under this mess of people to get to where they need to go. It's those people that are whispering sort of varying thoughts, which in this case it's instances of there's a bunch of weird folk walking the streets. There's a bunch of glowy people. There's a bunch of it's varying degrees of confusion.
Joe, she's a 4-year-old. So you have to imagine this big giant planetar who's wearing big girly flowy dress, like little. She's only about almost 10 feet. She's like less than 10 feet tall. She's like 5 feet tall at this point. She's just walking around in her cute little fluffy dress, looking like she's the most adorable thing that ever existed.
Yeah, so again, especially among the sort of workman population, among the whispers that you do catch, aside from those statements, it's also questions of like, did I have too much of the forage fumes? Did I stay too close to the heat? There are people questioning whether or not they're hallucinating what's happening.
I'm going to let you know, considering how many dragons she has in her hair, how disconcerting is it to look at Angel's head right now?
As already described, there are a number of people that give you that quick glance and then look away and do a double take and then shake their head to almost as if, again, try to shake a hallucination from themselves, only to realize, no, that's real. What's going on? Probably best not to ask. They are walking with a purpose, and these are people that are also themselves walking with a purpose. Notably, particularly kind of out of this area, particularly kind of coming up in your direction, walking in your same direction as you were kind of walking up from the tower ward, and walking southward toward you, coming down from the armorer's ward. There is a lot of movement of people with weapon shipments and armor shipments on carts, things that are labeled, things that are exposed, and things that are, of course, dwarven-sized and things that are human-sized. Not to mention things that are wrapped in canvas and that are very clearly treated for this needs to be transported over water, right? It's those indications for a lot of at least the trade materials that are passing you guys by that you're visibly seeing. There's a lot of armaments that are very clearly making themselves known on the streets.
Is there anything that I'm picking up that it's foreign? Violet's with us.
Anything you're picking up that is foreign to this ward?
Yes.
Among the common constructions and some and this is purely because everybody's casters. Everybody here are casters. There are very few, if any, magical things that are in these shipments, but there are some, and the magics seem to be not overly potent, but they're present. Nothing here seems to be strictly foreign that are moving through the carts here. Most all of it seems to be localized for the most part. Though, notably among the shipments close alongside the armaments that are getting moved, there are some wagons that have barrels that are labeled in Dwarvish, labelings, of course, that say cautions, but of course, when you do manage to spy below the canvases, and this is purely because everybody's passive perception is so fucking ridiculous. If you guys had done this in early levels, I wouldn't have brought it up. There are some barrels that are labeled in Dwarvish with something called melt powder.
Would I know what that is?
Give me an intelligence check. If you have proficiency with forage tools or alchemy supplies, your DC is lowered significantly.
With Angel or oh no, this is Violet. So 19 plus her natural intelligence is a 12. So 19 plus 12, and then her. I know she does have alchemy supplies knowledge because we did poisoner's knowledge as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 30. That's definitely high enough. And this is cross-referencing what you know that term to be used for nowadays, as well as what it was known for historically, and particularly in ancient historical contexts. Essentially, this is a primitive variation on thermite, for melting straight through thick layers of steel.
So we're just going to walk past them at this point. And Violet's going to make a mental note to that to Angel about that.
And I will say with that roll, you also know that isn't... It's not a common weapon of war, but when it is employed, it's usually a gnomish or dwarvish weapon. It is not usually employed by, like, humans or that kind of thing.
How destructive is it? Angel would know how destructive it is.
It is immensely destructive, but it is never used... It's never used like a shotgun or a trench gun. It's always used like a scalpel, right? It is used for specific instances of sabotage and destructive disabling of usually like heavy artillery and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so she's just going to work past them, Joe. I'm just going to walk past them. We're just going to walk past. We're just going to walk past as fast as we can. We're trying to get there as fast as we can. I understand that they're coming our direction, but we're trying to get there as fast as we can.
Yeah.
Angel's
With
the
that
best.
also, usually it's employed on like suicide missions. People go in, break down the big thing, and are not expected to survive leaving. But I digress. You guys make your way again properly into the Citadel District, where you can see again these priesthoods and these sort of noble areas, and you are... Once you are there, there are a number of people actually that venture out to you, having been warned about the lot of you. Let me see here. First of all, with the sort of magical flare immediately of what looks to be a teleportation circle flaring off behind him, Arid is already immediately visible once again, along with what looks to be a gnome at his side with a sort of slew of gears across her form, and it's sort of this mixture of what appears to be a very clear tinkerer kind of in the middle of her work, as well as what appear to be very kind of recently stitched into and melded into the workers wear what look to be vestments of Timor, but again, with the way it's stitched together, it looks like it was almost thrown on happenstance, but it's had enough wear that it's at least been on her for a bit of time.
Well, hello.
Hello.
I believe you've already met Arid. I'm Coenberg. My first name ain't important right now. We're gonna go ahead and meet in my shop. It's in the process of converting it also into a temple right now, but I mean, it's kind of for both of those that it's kind of the point. You guys are trying to go into tempo. Time is kind of a big deal with me. Look, you're gonna want to talk to me. So,
That was the plan as soon as we came back from talking to the hierarchy.
Right. As far as any hierarchy is concerned, Harriet already informed me of your intentions. I'll take care of that paperwork. Look, you guys wanting to publicly venture in there, officially, you're just gonna get stopped.
I have a question. What? This is the point where when she says she's going to get stopped, there's a full-on sideways glance.
I am a newfangled high priestess of a religion that was previously dead. You are a reincarnation of a religion that was previously dead. I personally feel, in my new rank of high potency, power, and importance, reinvigorated in this city, I have a level of confidence for you people. So, with that in mind, I'm willing to take the guff for this. We gotta get to my office and not talk about this in the street.
I have a question. Them telling us no? How well is it going to work with a warlord?
If it were in Sharni, it wouldn't work very well.
It doesn't matter where it is, Joe.
It may not be seen as horribly polite, but either way, you are being nonetheless led into a clock
The
shop.
fact that they would... She follows into the clock shop, but she is not deterred. I'm going to take this as a point of insult.
Okay.
Or trade
So-
for that.
Nobody has specifically told any of you know about anything yet. We're gonna
Don't
bypass
tell
that being necessary, right?
How much do I trust this person? We've just met these people, Joe. I don't trust people for shit right now. We're in war.
Yeah. It's up to you how much you want to trust this person. That said,
I want to...
if you're suggesting to me you want to roll an insight, by all means do so, or whatever other roll you'd like to make. Maybe that's a vibe check. Again, they just mentioned they are now a priest of Timor, if you want to vet that.
I'm going to pull out my child who can't be fooled by this. I'm going to pull out Drogo, who's the bigger one,
Okay.
and make it uncomfortable.
So, to get this done and over with, normally, you'd be arranged to come to my office here in Cohenberg's Clocks, and I'd throw together some constructs to go into the Last Market and hopefully find their way into Timor to try and extract whoever you're after for you. You know, avoid the mortal risk. As far as gut feelings are concerned, that feels like the wrong move. That said, I'm willing to supply some hollow constructs for you guys to go there inside of to avoid the wrong notice.
I already have a construct, but they're due to the nature of the interference in Temple, he's not going to function well the way he is. How do you control the constructs in there?
So these hollow constructs, I'm going to be fully blunt with you, they're big metal costumes.
That's the worst thing to say.
So that you are not immediately turned away the moment you enter into the Lost Market.
I see. I have a question for the DM. Would it be better to just leave Aegis behind? Is Is he? Wait, no. You said he's just going to act autonomously. He's not going to become a paperweight.
Correct.
Okay. That's fine.
He looks like
How are we going to disguise that? Jesus. I mean, we don't need to disguise it. He can just walk in. He is construct after all.
my time space, from what I've been told by Timur, won't be affected. Because of what I... It's not a risk. It's what it is. Plus, whatever's in there actually has a bone to pick with me. I did kill his son.
It doesn't just have a bone to pick with you, I would guess.
Well, I took all the souls his son had. And I took his grandson. His grandson's not my child, or basically my adoptive cousin.
Okay, well. Either way, I'm willing to provide the suits and handle the heat.
We're going to have a meeting. Whether they want it or not. And they don't know how much comes with this weight.
My concern, given who I've recently been talking to in my sleep, and their concerns therein forwarded, I'm a little bit concerned with you specifically entering into that town.
I know why. I know what wants me. But I need to talk to these higher-ups, because we're at war.
Are you here for
I
war negotiations as well?
Both. The United Front is a stable front. And considering what I know is in that hole we're about to basically everyone's about to go into.
Many of those orders have already been brought down into Wingstone through the official word of 𝕲𝖓 the Quiet. We are already part of the war. We are already supplying things toward that effort.
So I'm saying, why wouldn't they meet with me themselves? That's suspicious in my thanks. That looks bad.
They would for any reason meet with you themselves. If not for the fact that they are leaders of the city, and meeting in your castle would be considered foreign ground. Just as well. Big thing here. The moment got that missive from your husband, partner, Nicodemus, whatever he is to you specifically, about the need to enter into tempo. Well, it's a pretty common practice to immediately just launch a massive social campaign to dissuade entry.
Okay. I still need to meet with these people. I don't exactly trust Avery and them in it if I'm not going to have backup. And if she looks over at 𝕉𝖃, are they talking to your dad?
To which 𝕉𝖃 does verify that this person is drawing power from Timur and being granted power from Timur.
𝕉𝖃 just has a low, slow voice, Joe.
He's
Yep.
the low, slow boy. He's the big
Yep.
boy.
Okay.
So, I am still going to need to meet with these people. I trust whatever you want to do with Violet and them here. But I'm taking this as an insult. Not from you. Not from your position. And just doing it under the radar for the rest of them. I'm the distraction. I'm going to allow myself to be the distraction for my friend to go and save his family.
So you're suggesting you want to make some noise?
I have many children. She looks over at Tim. Can you come out of the necklace, please?
Hello.
I'm going to allow you to create chaos. Just a small bit. Not a dangerous bit, but enough for them to understand it's insult. She looks at both of the sisters, who are basically Minami and Mai. I want you to make it just a little bit messy.
Vinestra said, "What do you mean by messy?"
They're fae.
I'm gonna start some pranks.
That's right. You may take your siblings with you, so you can get in your quota for the day. Nothing malicious, like painting your nose or making them slip on their shoelaces. That kind of thing. With as many kids as I have, that's like a mask. Pussy gets in my quota for the day too.
Right, well, if you want to go ahead and cause a mess, leave my name out of it. I just got this fancy new
You are-
position in priesthood.
You are perfectly fine. Avery and you are not part of this.
I'm also still willing to do the sneak you in route if need be.
I would like you to sneak them. I don't understand how she didn't understand. The sneaking them in route is me being the distraction while they sneak into the city.
Sorry, I got a little confused. Your angry energy caused my nervous energy to act up, and then my brain started to shut down.
You're fine. But if you're going to act like an adventurer, keep the mind like an adventurer. Somebody needs to be the distraction.
I never
so
said
you can get
anything
where you-
about being an adventurer. I run a clock shop.
So, the hour hand knows what the minute hand is doing when it does it? Oh.
And all of this they're gonna learn secondhand. Hey, alright, so...
There you go.
Why don't they want Angel going in?
There's... It's an abyssal crack above where that guy is.
That guy.
The Abishai. I know that you don't pay attention to the other characters' plot times, but the
So-
Abishai.
The demon that was stipulated to
Is-
be in...
I think I know who you're talking about, but I forget his name.
The demon that was likely stipulated to be in tempo was not stated to be an Abishai in any capacity, but a demon of some variety.
Yes, and he had a location close to Ashitoran. And we're also trying to fight the older.
Right.
If this demon gets a hold of Angel, he's going to hand her over to Ashitoran. There's no way. I'm not going to. It'll be hilarious for him.
This priest-strict concern with Angel going in is as simple as Timor was up until recently a dead religion, the worship of the god of time, and so was the worship of the goddess of love. And so he's like, you know, the reincarnation probably shouldn't go into a place where time suddenly gets messy and you could be gone for centuries.
She's not wrong.
That's that priest's concern.
Yeah.
She's going to talk to the...
In my notes, I'll just say, for reasons.
Violet looks at Elsie and I don't necessarily feel comfortable going in without Angel. And she says this to Angel. I am going to make a big stink, so they either come and talk to me, because they're going to have to, because Atem's going to be annoying. And I'm letting you know, Atem is going to employ Adam, because Adam is terrifying. And Charlotte. So let me put it to you this way. All of the terrifying children that nobody actually gets to look at very often get to have their jollies today. And they get to giggle about it tonight, about how much they made these people squirm. Because...
Can I teach some of your kids fear?
Vinestra said, so why is Angel terrorizing innocent people?
These aren't innocent people. We're talking about higher-ups, not little innocent people. Angel knows what she's doing. She knows who she decided to pick.
What did the higher-ups do?
Oh, come on. Higher-ups have always done something.
That's what we're saying. They smell me. Super fishy. They should have gotten rid of this thing forever ago. They could have gotten rid of it.
You don't get enough power to become higher up without stepping on toes.
Not stepping on someone or keeping something secret. So they may know things we don't. And they're avoiding us. Which is not a safe bet for me. And I know this guy just got this position, but that means he's on the bottom of the ladder. She's going to make a point about it. We'll give him about 30 minutes. He took Charlotte with him. Let's see how long it takes him to find me in the shop. She lays back. She finds a little comfortable chair, wiggles into it, and sits back.
Okay, so first things first. I can get a suit going for really easily. You're a changeling, you can just kind of... I don't really even need to size you. Look, my god told me things, I'm sorry. Anyway. Staring at Vanessa for a while. It might be a tight fit.
I have a few... I don't know if this is a... Would I have, prefab ruins of grow and shrink? Because I feel like since that's a primary function of Aegis, it wouldn't hurt to have a few spare of those.
We made some, remember? We made some, months
ago. You, in
ago.
fact, do have those, yes.
I have some prefab grow
Vinestra
shrink.
said, why do we need the suits?
Because they don't want people, living people, to go in. So we're pretending to be constructs.
Any rescue missions that are headed into Tempo are sent through remote constructs into the town almost entirely at random. There's never really been a consistent way through that we found a means of entrance.
Try mushrooms.
And so,
in any case,
to that end, disguising you all as some of those constructs you'd be likely allowed in without being stopped. And then
Sir, did you...
hunky-dory.
Sir, she taps the side of his head. Did you try luminescent mushrooms? Because if you grow one, no matter the time, it tends to circulate. If you find a moist spot, it never dies. And it will always grow stuff. So you can always find your way out if you use a luminescent mushroom growth thing. Just a thought.
If only. Oh, one thing I did get given by my master, for those of you that that are going to enter in by yourself. A bit of a riddle that you'll have to read aloud. And you'll have to listen for the answer. The answer will be where the entrance lies. It'll be a little bit simpler than just falling in.
I have a question, DM. How long is it taking Atem at this point to cause a stew with the higher-ups? Because it does not take long when it's Atem.
Atem's already getting started, causing a mess.
Oh no, the beats fell over. Oh no, look at all of this expensive jewelry. Breaking and then putting itself back together again when you're not looking.
This gnome gets out a bit of paper and some charcoal and basically writes down the riddle for the lot of you who are going to venture into the Lost Market. Which, for the sake of brevity, I will also recite here for those that are not easily able to access that spot to read it right now.
This thing all things devours. Birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard bones to meal. Slays kings, and ruins towns, and beats high mountains down. Listen for the thing that answers, and you'll find your way in.
It's time.
Yeah. But you don't control the door. You saying it doesn't create a roll of... No, I'm kidding.
Just putting her feet up in their little tiny cushion sheet. She's only 2.5 feet tall. So she's like...
Which,
relaxing.
by the way, the furniture in here is perfectly sized for you. Because it's also a gnome that runs the shop. Not to your same proportions, but it's a gnome nonetheless.
She's just sitting in the cushioned window seat, just sleeping a little bit. Like all the little baby dragons on her chest at this point. Really,
I will
balls.
say, if you guys want to get supplies before you head in, I would recommend it. Particularly, either grab or steal something out of the Lamp District. Whatever is the mess with the crags, they seem to refuse to advance to the Lamp Market, excuse me. So, maybe get something out of there.
I have a question. Have y'all ever tried to summon out of the crag? What's in the crag?
Why the hell would we do something that stupid?
To free the land of the crag.
Anyway, I've got some orders to fill. There's a couple of miniaturized cuckoo clocks that I gotta get to work on. And I've got to embroider them with prayers instead of cuckoos. So every time an hour goes off, a stanza of the Book of Timor is supposed to get recited. That's gonna be lovely in the middle of the night.
Do you need an actual copy of the Book of Timor?
I have it. We're good.
Old text or new text?
about as new as what he's been telling me in my dreams.
Okay. I have a question. How long does it take for any of those nobles to show up, considering they know where I am at this point?
Well, we'll get to that after the break.
Okay.
Because
Is
I
it
got to
'cause you
set
got
up
a
for
tea?
yeah. And I got to set up for the much weirder circumstance than what I had intended for this.
I am so tired, Joe. I'm letting you know, as far as like everything, Angel's like, I'm gonna take a nap. I'm just like lay down, relax a little bit, take a time, take a load off. This is a perfectly sized cushion. There's a little dragon's like laying on her chest like this, like in a coiled ball, and she's just going, like a 2-minute nap, it'll be fine.
Hello.
Oh?
Hey, Megan, there's an emote you made called I Can't English, and I'm pretty sure I can't English. Okay. Let's try that again. Welcome, everybody, back from the break. I feel a little broken. We had to BRB because we had to BRB, and then apparently before we could get back from the BRB, my scar tissue decided to kick in.
For those of you that remember about me, I've got health problems. It is what it is. We're going to go ahead and try and push through it anyway. Sometimes we've gotten good sessions out of it. Right now I've got lot of
Tiger Bomb on the body, which means I gotta remember not to rub it in my eyes, or my nose, or anywhere else. God forbid. Because then we're in for quite a shock. Not as much as... okay. Tiger Bomb masks the pain. It doesn't stop it because it's internal. Alright. It's like putting a Band-Aid outside of a leg that you broke a bone on. There's no bone poking through. It doesn't really help the bone, but it's a nice thought, you know what I mean? And that's basically what the Tiger Bomb is. Except at least there's enough of a surface cooling sensation that it's distracting from the pain. So, let's get back to it. Blah. You want to draw some of the actual leadership of Wingstone to this shop, or wheresoever they need to be to find you, by sending out one of your prankster children to hopefully incentivize that.
I sent out the 3 prankster children with the children.
By sending out your
that are
3
the most
prankster children to
terrified,
incentivize that.
with the children that the most terrifying and know how to play pranks with them. I sent Adam as well.
Okay.
I'm letting you know she's got like a bed of baby dragons all over her body because they can't leave her alone. She's just like laying down in the window seat right like this. A bunch of baby dragons just curling up like little cats.
I'm gonna roll a d4 for which of the 4 will show up. There's 2 gnome options and 2 dwarf options.
Like her whole body's covered in these baby dragons, and she's just like.
I rolled a 3, so of all of the possible individuals to show up, The only one I would specifically describe as a fucking prick is the one that's going to show up. Okay, cool.
You get to act out your pain.
All right, so
She's sleeping in the windowsill, Joe. She's like in the little alcove windowsills, relaxing with
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 is going to be tending to her weapons and gear while waiting.
while it takes a number of hours to properly track down where you all have gone, given that the newest council member is making a point to not make waves and so not to spread news, eventually pushing through and slamming the door to this gnomish clock shop against a wall is a female dwarf with this striking head of curly red hair, long sort of curly red sideburns that seem to go down and then braid into the hair behind her head, kind of over the ears, creating this almost hoop of hair along the sides. Her clothing, her garments really look, for the most part, fairly modest, if not for the long sword to one side and dagger at the other that seem to betray that, with this sort of long sort of scale mail shirt that kind of goes under that sort of fairly common garment, and also the absolute cascade of scars that trace over her pale skin from an unseemly amount of battles, encounters with wild animals, and various things of the like. There may have been a pretty woman by dwarven standards there a long time ago, but it has since been hardened by a great many violent encounters.
Okay. I'm falling.
Oh,
No.
Mistress 𝖲𝖓𝖓. How are you doing this afternoon?
There's the one that's the biggest one on top is the light dragon. It's just that big one. The big one that's across Angel's back.
You know precisely how I'm doing. I've had my boots braided, trying to get out of my chair. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but 2 score over. On my way down here to track down the mother of the trio of nuisances who'd done it. And given prior reputation, I do suspect the answer to that question, as much as our pretense to allowing you into this city has been done so with proper manner. And no rudeness to be had. So I might ask why that favor hadn't been returned.
Angel's still
She's in
napping.
here, ain't she?
I roll. She's still asleep. There's baby dragons on top of her, just like a blanket. Even over her head, it's like there's just baby dragons just crawling all over her head, getting comfy. There's only just like the tip of Angel's nose is the only thing that's visible right now.
Miss Kunberg, did you have a thing to do with this? No. I'll repay what damages I do to your shop. But make your way out. Kunberg promptly leaves.
𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 said, so what was Angel's reasons for the pranks again?
To draw out a leader of this city on her terms, to get answers, and also a distraction so that you guys could slip out unnoticed.
Yeah, so basically when I'm talking to them and I get taken to the big group, y'all are gone.
You would do wise as a guest of our city to actually show proper attendance.
I'm asleep. I'm asleep.
Right.
I'm still asleep. I'm a woman with many children. Loud noises don't scare me right now. But I do have a butter knife under my pillow.
She raises her hands and pushing up and exploding up through the floorboards are countless rat skeletons that pull a blanket off of one of the shelves and promptly act like a skeletal rodent gurney trying to drag you off of that chair, and in a laying position begin to just drag you after this woman.
Hey Joe, there is a overly tall dragon that I can no longer hold, that she is deciding to disturb. That is this light dragon who's going to cry at mommy. There's no way she's not going to cry at mommy.
And she is weeping. What the fuck?
What's up, sweet one?
And all of the baby dragons move all at once, so it's basically like a bunch of snakes just slithering straight back up into Angel's hair.
You're a guest?
What's up, sweet love?
Nobility and otherwise. Good to know you're awake. Your children have left your watch and have been causing chaos.
He pulled out a container filled with horchata, takes a big swig, offers some to her kid from her hand.
I'm not being ignored. I'm being ignored. Great.
Mariana, can you show her what death looks like?
Mariana lifts her hood and then looks confused at the lady as she lowers it back down.
That makes sense.
If you'd follow me to the Eisenschaft Tower, that would be appreciated. So we can get you through some proper
What are you
channels.
asking? I did request proper channels. I did request and invited people for proper channels.
Then what are you
My
doing
husband
here?
extended proper channels.
We sent out proper greetings at that, allowed proper and polite exploration of our city before needing to worry yourself with that, and instead we find some of your kin off their leashes causing disruption. That seems more a failure on your part than ours. We extended out the olive branch, as it were. And apparently, 3 of your children sought right to tangle it.
The children of Pith don't take kindly to being insulted.
Insulted in what way?
We sought the proper channels. We invited you. We didn't get you. We got somebody else. I'm a very busy woman. I haven't got all day.
You're not in the Underdark, and you're not in Sharney. We don't meet guests on their ground. Guests meet us on ours.
How about a good smiting? That might be nice.
Just follow along. I'm not here to measure egos. Miss Whitehorn or Miss Mochizuki, whichever one you prefer to go by here.
Considering what you have in that hole,
I'm here to do
a
dealing.
crag that you're keeping. Considering what you have in that crag of a hole, and what I know is living there, from the Reachers I did. I'd be very careful.
Make Wingstone make Wingstone your domain? It does not. Check yourself.
It's not my domain. But the
And
rest
there
of the
are other
world might
dragons
have
who
something
hold
to say with
lordship over this place.
Shush. This is the point. I'm going to cast silence.
She counterspells.
Oh, that's smart. Or stupid.
You're in the wrong position to be talking down to someone.
Nicodemus,
Yeah.
Lucian,
Yes.
Kismet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the shop is about to get really crowded for just a moment, at least this side of the room. Agni, can you do me a big favor?
Yes.
And 𝕱𝖊𝖓, my sweet love. This is not a measurement of egos. My time is short before I become something bigger than you.
Doesn't put you above
Not
respecting our rules, does it?
oh, I did respect your rules. I showed up. I sent a missive. I've been fighting this war on Jihu by myself for a while. The
Our
thing
city
in
has
the
been playing a
crag is
part.
part of the war. The crag is part of the war. Now are you listening? You're fighting on two borders. You're gonna get squashed in the middle.
She snaps a torch off the wall, and as she flicks the charcoal from the torch onto the floor, it forms a teleportation circle. Let's take this somewhere a little more official then, if we're going to talk like this.
Okay.
And while that
everyone back in the
conversation
1957.
gets set to unfold,
She looks at Avery and she gives him almost a look like, go now. I will
There
get
was
you
the-
out of it if it gets worse.
there was the presumption that that was already getting started before this lady entered the building. So as such, as that conversation goes to unfold, as you go for that teleportation circle, Vanestra and Avery, as well as Violet, or Blue, whichever one you would prefer to be the better suit here. Go ahead and roll me
I
a
am
stealth
going
check.
to send... They're both going.
Okay.
They don't... What? You're gonna need muscle.
Yeah, but also the more people that go, the more people have to make stealth checks.
It's going to be based off of a
I
rule
those
of
are the two
averages.
stealthy people. They're both rogues.
Okay.
Each of you respectively
Yeah,
being
I'm
given
honestly
a...
the probably weakest link here for stealth.
Well, each of you being
Plus
respectively given a
9.
construct costume will have a lower DC here by a significant degree. As you put it on, it's not like putting on a Halloween costume. The way it blends with and seems to obscure your person, even though it's not strictly said to be magical, you cease looking like a creature of flesh and blood pretty much as soon as you get all of it together, as it naturally in
19
mechanized
plus
fashion
16
interlinks.
19 plus 16 for Violet.
19 plus 16 for Violet. Okay. 35.
They send
And
Stealthy
what-
Bean.
Vinestra said
know.
Nat 2048, and if needed, Vi will pull Avery and Aegis into her shadow.
Well, that
For
won't be
blue?
needed because I got a natural 20 plus 9.
Okay, and a 29.
Yeah.
Solid rolls, everybody.
Blue,
And then for Blue,
Blue ended up with the 36.
36. Okay, So, I don't necessarily need to go into the averages for that roll, but I want to anyway for shits and or giggles, because those numbers are fun.
Bullshit.
Okay, so the average roll for all four of you in that instance is a 37.
That's good.
𝕱𝖓, the goddess of secrets, had an ADD dissociation for a second and lost track of where the fuck you guys went.
Where'd she go?
I have no idea.
So, in some time, we will get back to what Angel is dealing with in the official capacity in the city of Wingstone. However, for the moment, we transition to a disguised quartet moving through the city and making their way up to the entryway into the temple. You guys have two routes you can take, given that you are now on the complete opposite end of the city. You can go the northwestern route, going front ways, or you can backtrack, going southwest, and then up through that direction. It's going to be a completely different set of districts and environments that you'll have to trudge through to get there. Going back will be a lower roll. Going up,
Okay.
different things you'll have to deal with.
Since we're going for the lamp district, what can I grab on the way out? Because that will solidify me for this time period. For blue, blue's gonna grab it.
Okay. Since you guys are backtracking, that's going to be survival from all four of you in this case with advantage.
No. As I go, because it's blue, I'm gonna grab some ground or earth or spice or grass from this time period.
Easy enough to grab some rust-colored earth.
No. It has to be a type of spice. You has to be able to pull it in her hair so she can get out of it.
Okay, spice. There's
It's a way
nothing
of
present
escape.
in this district specifically. However, the garden district, which is next walled layer in, you may be able to find
So you're
something in
missing
there.
No, Joe, you're missing it. A grass. It wouldn't even have to be a spice. It just have to be a plant.
Okay, mountain. It's, yeah, easy enough to grab some mountain grass. Which, to be fair,
It has to be from this time period.
more of like a weed, but I digress. It's like
Let me ask. Can I find a spring onion? One of those little tiny ones that's like on the ground that's always there for no reason.
Go ahead and give me.
They primarily go in the mountains, so I'm asking the question.
Yeah, give me a survival check. This is a foraging check. You are in the middle of a city that is mostly constructed heavily of stone because it's dwarven make.
Are they natural 20? Can I find a freaking either a plant in a windowsill, but it has to be from this time period.
Finding a plant in a windowsill doesn't mean that the plant is magically from like the 29th century.
It
But,
does,
yeah.
considering the strand is different.
You are able to rob from somebody's window garden. What you are fairly certain is mostly just a cultivated bit of wild garlic that is local to the area.
Yay! Yay! We can use this to get back. All right, I'll put this in my pocket. Get back on Violet. No one can see me in this hair. I'm too short.
So again, you guys want to backtrack, which will be an easier survival roll just to backtrack, and again, that'll be done with advantage. Or if you want to go through some districts
No,
that you
this would
haven't
be-
gone through, which would be going through the Dragon Ward, Scholar's Ward, and Armorer's Ward to get around to the Lost Market, you could go with the northward route.
Whichever
We're on
one
a
has
time
less
crunch,
guards,
right?
would've- Yes.
Yeah, so we should go the shortest way.
Honestly, faster to backtrack because you're
Vinestra
familiar
said
with that
Vi
ground at
is
this
going
point.
to go B-line.
So the E-line straight for it.
So we'll say backtracking then, which easy enough. Go and roll me survival with advantage.
What if we split into groups and we agreed to meet at a point?
That sounds like asking for trouble, but okay.
That way, it would distract the guards either direction.
Well, right now you guys are fully disguised and you
Thought you
rolled
had the
phenomenally on your
distraction.
stealth. You were fine as far as that goes.
I think
Okay. It's just a thought.
Yeah. A thought which at this point, given how little notice anybody has given you, you feel may not be necessary.
Okay.
But it's a good thought. If you guys had rolled a lot more poorly, it's a good thought as like a plan B to get there. That said, you guys did not roll poorly.
I'm just relaxing. She's like, we're just gonna walk.
so. Where are we right now? I'm looking at the map. We're in Citadel.
You guys are in the Citadel District. Yeah. Which
Yeah,
again,
we're like on the opposite side of the city.
backtracking down toward the Jeweler's Ward and back toward the Sentry District. That you can do with advantage, which means faster traversal overall. Because you've already
Really? Okay.
you've already crossed that ground.
Oh yeah, because we've already been there. Yeah, I'm like, distance-wise, it's clearly easier to go the rest of the way around the city.
Yeah. But winding through those streets in efficient fashion, because you're unfamiliar with it, and how it all breaks up, is a different story.
Yeah, it's fair.
Alright, survival with advantage for all three of you then. All four, actually. Excuse me.
Even though Angel was not wrong in what she said, the truth is far more weighted.
Yeah.
Survival. 14.
Vinestra said 36.
Oh wait, with advantage. With advantage. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Angel's
14.
assessment of that situation was very much a she ain't wrong, but that girl ain't
Be
right.
aware Discord is lagging for posting it.
No, Angel's like, you know what's more scary than the lie? The truth.
Did you hear mine?
Say it again.
Yours is high, right?
14.
14. Okay.
That's with advantage.
Well,
32? 32 for Violet?
14, 32. What did
Does
Vinestra
that save
get?
my ass?
Let's see. Vinestra got a 36. Right? Yeah, 36.
No,
And then
I
for
don't know how
blue.
she's rolling so high. Huh. Blue has a higher survival than that one. 36 for blue. I don't know how blue has the higher survival. Oh, she's the monk. Never mind.
Oh,
Barbarian and a monk.
yeah.
They don't walk into a
Monks
bar.
thrive on wisdom and dexterity for their main skills.
I love it. A barbarian and a monk walk into a bar.
The monk says, "Oh," and the barbarian grabs the bar to swing at the next guy who looks at him funny.
They're like rocks.
All right. Average survival roll there, 29.5, way better than the about 16 that you guys got last time. Supremely confident getting through these streets. And with the 29.5, we're going to round that up to 30. Which is to say, Not only are you supremely confident in backtracking, but you are also at least keenly enough aware of how the streets are moving that you're able to take a number of shortcuts, even taking your way through some of the understreets to go ahead and make up on some time that you didn't previously, which notably, going under the streets into what appear to be almost like lower levels of the city, it seems like where there's businesses on the surface, a lot of the residences are what's concentrated mostly under the streets in all cases, which is fascinating enough to see, and that is where, oddly enough, you see a lot more of these gnomish constructs also down here, kind of out of sight, out of mind. A lot of them functioning as like street sweepers and that kind of thing, and it's in no time at all just kind of observing this and almost zoning out to it for a moment that you actually end up moving past the Sentry District and end up popping out kind of around the Lamp District, which is for the most part a mercantile district by its function, but it is also in that as well a bit of a clerical district. There are as many worshippers here as there are craftsmen and merchants, much like the rest of the area, but it is all focused on lights, light materials, light magics, fire, lamp work, light-based crystals. Particularly around the lamp market, you're seeing, particularly for the understreets, there's less residences concentrated around that area. There seems to be more so rails and tracks for mine carts where people are coming up with what look to be sort of raw crystalline structures, which themselves give off an almost neon luminescent quality when in just raw light, though they themselves are not themselves immediately lighting up, as if they are just inherently glowing in the dark and absorbing the light around them. You can see in some of the shops around, and even by some of the priests, there are people imbuing these with basic arcane rune work, not to imbue them with spell work, but to almost just further bolster that natural glowing quality until suddenly you've seen some of these where those soft, like glow-in-the-dark quality crystals immediately light up almost like a flashbang before they're then settled into lanterns, hooded lanterns, where they can be then directed and sharpened to points almost like spotlights in some cases, and repurposed in various other ways. Though, notably, there's an aura, a sensation to each sort of light source that's produced in this way. It feels gentle, calming, like there's an immediate, almost nostalgic sensation looking at these when they've been put in their completed forms, like flashbacks and the thoughts to being a child in bed afraid of the dark when a parent then sets up a bit of candlelight nearby. Just to say that'll be enough to scare away the monsters. It's that immediate, sort of instinctive sensation of childlike trust looking at each of these little glowing rocks. And it's easy enough to acquire a few of them. It is such a common resource in this district, I mean, hell, it's named for it, that buying a few isn't that hard to do. That said, constructs buying them, it's a little weird. But they can be programmed to do any number of things for their masters. So I will say, for anyone confident enough for trying to fake sounding mechanized, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, that's definitely me. Alright, 13 plus 22 is 35.
Alright.
We got a 32?
35 and 32.
Higher than Violet.
Phenomenal rolls, way above what you would necessarily need. In that, there's some people, particularly in this district, that find an endearing quality, almost like speaking to a well-worded parrot when addressing some of the constructs, almost treating them a little bit like pets. And so therein offering these constructs solace as they are perceived to be discounts, and the pair of you are no exception. Both you, Avery, in your costume, and I would say Blue, in this case, in what appears to be basically like a floating lamp construct. A floating lamp asking for more light sources. One shopkeeper who looks to be this halfling woman, very clearly not local, but seems to have settled in some recent years. It seems particularly endeared by the almost cartoonish nature of that. And you guys spend a handful of maybe 5 silver for a good number of these, which is to say you get 5 runed crystalline lights. These act with the same capacity as a light cantrip. And then you also get 2 lanterns of revealing. It seems these crystals can be used for creating that magical item in particular.
So 2 lanterns of reveal and what?
2 lanterns of revealing, and we'll just say 5 light crystals. They act as basically a perpetual light cantrip, along with some other effect, including, in all cases, for these, that same sort of childlike whimsy and comfort that they seem to be providing.
Cool. And I guess we keep making our way.
Yes, indeed. It's not really that far past the lamp market that you make your way into the Crag district. And this, as it's named, while it is the entryway for a number of mines that's mostly facing back toward the lamp district where they seem to be acting that way, it is an entry point to some of the more cavernous structures of the mountain that it's built into, but they seem to be a little dangerous. There's fences that have been put up, some old, some a little more recent, and some crags that have formed where fences and protective railings have yet to be placed. In some cases where this cracking and this damage seems to have affected the structures of some buildings, particularly the ones that themselves have been carved in parts out of the mountain structure. And this is especially where you really start to notice, getting into the Crag district and approaching the Lost Market, that any actual building, residences, former businesses, whatever, the signages have been kind of degraded with time, and you are very quickly trading the noise and the hustle and bustle of commerce to just that being a fleeting ambient noise behind you, and instead greeting it with an unnerving, empty silence. As you move through these streets, the only sound that really does reach you, not birdsong, not the chirping of insects, just the occasional shifting of rock from the mountain above, or the cracking of stone as crags further grow and expand. And I will shift the music to the creepy playlist. Somewhere ahead of the Lost Market, back by the waterway, is the Baker's District, another area of hustle and bustle where life reignites. But it is an odd sensation to find such a striking example of a ghost town in the middle of a city this size. It's almost like what's a good analogy for this? They're like the parts of New Orleans where it's like those massive swaths of suburban neighborhood that were left completely abandoned after like Hurricane Katrina. It's like that kind of deal. Almost. It has that feeling of just a populated area that was abandoned and left to rot with time. And it is notable, especially as you venture in, it does hold true that there were no fences, no signage or anything really that marks anything to avoid entry into this area. There's just guard patrols that occasionally move through, like silent sentries. And a permeated sense of unease. As you've stepped into this region, there's an immediate, almost fight or flight response that has kicked in, where you feel in your bones an urge and a want to turn away and not remain here. To that end, it's not a high DC.
Does Violet recognize this sensation?
Roll me a vibe check. This would be the case of using it to insight check an area.
Well, it would also be
What
kind
was
of like
the DC you were asking for normal?
In this case, it is a wisdom saving throw.
19 plus 12?
Okay, 31.
31?
I'm gonna use an inspiration because that was a 5.
Well, save the
I'm gonna
inspiration.
use 2 inspirations because that was a 7.
No, save the inspiration. 5 is your DC.
5 beat my... Okay, good.
That sense of unease is enough for a common citizen of this place to not willingly push forward, and for those that do, usually they get caught by the guards very quickly.
Vinestra said 24.
24.
What was the DC, by the way? Like 3, 4?
As I just said, DC was 5.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
I'm going to repeat. Joseph,
So,
I got a 31
31.
on insight for an area.
Yeah, 31 on your vibe check. So we'll get to that now. Which also, go ahead and roll me that wisdom
Insight.
save if you would. But we'll get to that. Again, it's DC
It was
5.
an insight.
Yes.
So it was an insight.
And I said
Natural
vibe
20
check for insight for a
the vibe
location.
check. It was natural 20 for whatever we're doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. So natural 20 on the wisdom save. And vibe check. Okay. So, 31. The immediate sort of aura of the place. It doesn't strictly remind you of the abyss, right? But you've trudged around ghost towns. You've been in weird places. You've been in old battlegrounds. It's got that immediate sensation of a place with forgotten and bad history that people avoid on instinct for just kind of feeling the essence of something wrong happened here, even for not knowing quite what it is. But there's also an essence to it, a mess of it that gives you that same sensation of stepping into a room, forgetting why you did, but then immediately getting struck with that feeling of having stepped into the wrong room.
Would it be like if someone with no context of events stepped into like the ruins of Chernobyl or something?
A little bit.
Like
There
like
is.
I know something bad happened here. I'm not sure what, but I need to not be here type of thing.
There is, and I will say this specifically for Violet, with that sort of amethyst crystal in her, with that natural psionic sensitivity from the dragon side of this. There is a latent leftover psionic potency of emotion that radiates off of this place. That,
Would I pick up on that too?
to a lesser extent than I would say Violet would specifically.
I'm letting you know that her entire breed is built of the psionic. Like her entire
Got it.
situation. It's smelling out things that are foreign, things that have gone in the past. It's like
Yeah.
they're bam.
There isn't really foreign presence here and foreign magic strictly, but it's almost like a void. Like where there
Vinestra
should
said,
be...
does Vi pick up on anything?
Well,
Can we let
I'll
Joe finish that description?
Yeah, I'm assuming that was part of that was also the delay with the typing, but anyway, it feels like a void in intention and emotion. Like everywhere else you feel like the rhythm, the movement, the life and breath of being on Zeria, being on a place with life. And this feels, especially for Violet, like you've stepped onto a stage play that mimics it.
We've been on a stage play that mimics. We were there in the void. There was one. In that dark instance when we went into that space.
The void would be about right, or something similar.
No, it's when we fought the thing in the void.
Yeah.
Does it
And I
feel
would
the
say-
same as that?
I would say this would
smell-
proc, not like that specifically, but this procs for each of you. You all have kind of briefly visited this plane, whether you've done so mentally trying to connect and communicate with people, or physically having gone there. This feels like limbo. You can see sky above you, you can see mountains, but it feels like you've stepped into a place between places.
Violet's been a limbo.
Yeah. And to that end, now for Venestra, as far as Venestra and Amira picking up anything here. Limbo in particular, you feel like part of you is at home here. Not the old part of you, but something new feels at home. And you don't know how to feel about that. Now, a little gnome who runs a clock shop, as you guys venture in and venture, almost fighting against that instinct to leave, kind of pushing toward the more and more destroyed, more devoid, more cracked and broken down buildings. We're given a riddle to recite, so that you might find a door rather than falling into it.
That actual poem has a song. Violet's gonna sing it.
You're going to sing it.
Yeah, she knows it.
Okay. Would you like to do so?
Nope. Not today. Not
not?
today. Not today. Joe, I'm not in the mood, please. It's not today. Not after the crash. It's just, please. It's for the rest of the people. I had 2 accidents today. So, I was in 2 minor collisions.
Okay. So, as you begin to sing this rhyme, something a little familiar to you, Avery, begins to happen. When you're in that little indigo mental domain of yours, what you say can echo, scream, come back in disjointed repeats of varying forms of you saying it, and it does so here as Violet sings this rhyme. It's different vocal thresholds of singing it. There's a tenor, there's a bass, there's a vibrato. Varying reflections of it come back. This thing that devours birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays kings and ruins towns, and beats high mountains down. The rhyme here more than anywhere seems topical for this location. As in that song, the same reflected voice, Violet's voice in this case, in each of those tones, come together in a sickening, distorted, almost possessed unison. Time. And not like falling bricks or cobblestones, nor a doorway that falls open, but beneath you, like a mouth that parts before its lips and tears at its cheeks, the ground opens and begins to pull at the four entities before it. Before the four of you are sucked within and arrive in tempo.
That's all I'm going to give you, Joe.
Okay.
And a song in the background.
Okay.
I got it right now.
Okay.
Well, I think we're here.
Now getting into how and where you arrive. Let me see here.
It's more when than where.
Yeah, a little bit of everything, honestly. Because you bothered to make sure you had lamps in your possession, cobbled together from the previous maps you had constructed, you arrive in the lamp market in tempo. Distorted, cobbled together, jigsawed houses all around you, all alight in the same permeated crystalline light, some thrown into glass tubes, some thrown into lamps, some thrown into net bags, but all around, creating a small, pocketed border of civilization separated by a small river that seems to be moving forward and back, up and down, in distorted, inconsistent motion. New arrivals in this little township. As already you hear footsteps approach you. No visible face to the sound before, almost as if snapping into reality, before you can see them almost stutter into being, like a scratched image on a DVD in a stuttering scene. A blonde-haired human, sort of a crew cut on his head, blue eyes, brown beard kind of going down just maybe 2 inches past the length of his chin, heavy scarring on the right side of his face and going down the right side of his body. His clothing, not reflective of the place or time that you left behind you, but more along the line of a t-shirt. Black in its color, its decals faded. The pants, more in line with what you left behind. Leathers, belts holding it together, holding it up. The boots looking like something farther forward. Glowing, technical, reinforced with metals, and as far as you can tell, perhaps even plastics. The man and what he wears cobbled together as much as he is. Did you four fall in, or were you stupid enough to jump?
We jumped. Well, it didn't really jump. We're here on purpose. We're here on purpose.
Okay, that confirms for me that you all arrived at the same time as well.
Yes.
Well, welcome to our little mess, where you'll probably spend the rest of your life. I would stay on this side of the river unless you want to get eaten. I'm sure in the next day or two, one of those houses will be empty and you guys can shack up. Food gets a little scarce. If you want to find something to eat, you're going to have to start making deals with people. If you have food with you, you're in a good spot. And try to stick together, because time moves around this place a lot, and if you guys are even 10 feet apart when the time winds move through, you guys can get separated by days. And it turns normal conversations into a bit of a mess.
I've seen Hanzo. Do I recognize this human?
He looks in line with your memories of Hanzo, like from his time. But I would like you to go ahead and give me a history check to see if there's anything in line, especially with like plumbing Hanzo's memories, if there's anything you recognize specifically.
Natural 20 for that. Holy shit, Violet.
I'm assuming this Hanzo fella is a guy from someone else's backstory?
One of Ethan's characters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Flashes back a little farther than you would expect. When you peeled over Hanzo's memories, you remember memories of more so like his teenage years and childhood. This dude was a bus driver for like 3 days before he got replaced, and you remember him, Hanzo and his friends having conversations about where the fuck this guy went. Looking at him now, dude maybe in his early 30s. Does not look much older than even that point in memory, but even from how he's talking about this, he's talking about this place like he's been here for a while.
They talked about you.
Hey, okay, so somebody knows me. That hasn't happened in a minute.
You're a bus driver?
Yeah, and you are tiny and gray-skinned with pink hair that I don't think is dyed.
Nope. This is Violet.
Sorry.
Violet met Hanzo. Violet met Hanzo.
Got him mixed up with Angel. Sorry. Doesn't Violet
Angel
have a specific voice she goes with?
Yes,
Good,
which
'cause that's where that
basically
flubbed
got
me.
the voice.
There we go. Alright.
I'm sorry, Angel's voice is not. I haven't been sitting up because I go get things done.
Good. Okay, so Elf. I know about those when the big gateways open. We started dealing with elves, but you're not
Also
from
discuss-
them, as far as I can tell.
Hanzo's son discussed you. Disappearance.
I do my best not to think
3
too
days
hard
ago.
on how messy time has gotten, because it gives me a headache. Okay, cool. So you know about Hanzo. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, and then we have living, breathing, blue-haired Barbie with wings.
My name's Blue. And I think you should remember the name.
Okay, cool, great, awesome. You are massive.
Renestra.
I love how he says that, but she's not the most massive person
𝕲𝖊𝖓
here.
said Vi would remove the disguise. Who all is here in the vicinity? Stranger.
Lots of people.
At the moment, last I counted, there were 3,400 of us, but that number goes up and down minute to minute, depending on if the Hookman nabs you. But that's, that's neither here nor there.
How
and
big is the thing
then,
across?
Hmm?
Who cracks her knuckles and she goes, "How big is the thing across the stream?"
you're asking the wrong question.
I am asked the right question.
No, you're not. Big is not the right word.
Okay. What's that word? My throat's really sore.
Drink some water.
I don't have any water. I'll get some in a minute.
If your throat's sore, go get it now.
I have to go get. I'll go get it in a minute. Let me drink my probiotics. Leave me alone. It's like a little minute.
Because which thing? There's animal, right? That crazy ass thing. And then there's the Hookman. I wouldn't describe the Hookman as big, just I don't know, this place has its own boogeyman. And then there's I know your face. You look like...
His parents are stuck here.
Oh, boy. That's... You're fucking stupid.
Oh. And she pulls up...
Why
she's like,
the hell would you go... Oh, no, you... Okay, you guys absolutely came here willingly.
I'm letting you know, and Blue is the one that opens the portal for the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 siblings. And look! I brought friends!
We aren't stupid. We know how dangerous this place is. We are prepared, and we have divine relics.
I don't
us.
think you do understand. Okay, well, I keep forgetting that magic's a thing. Well, and then I keep getting reminded. Memory gets a little fuzzy, right? If you have ADHD, God help you here.
I keep wondering if you get stuck like that around here. Do you need some medication? I can make some with my hair.
𝕲𝖓 said that we did.
Be eating hair.
Now go gather everyone who is here if they wish to leave.
Easier said than done. I could go next door to drop off some flour, if I had any, and it could take, 3 minutes. It could take 3 years. Easier said than done. So you're looking...
so much fun.
You're looking for Raven and Ulysses, right?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay.
We did send them a little bit of a care basket, so they do have some food.
That had cinnamon cookies, bread, and whatnot in it, right?
Yeah.
I got my
Some
share
meat,
of
some
that
sandwiches.
5 weeks ago.
That makes sense. What more food where that came from. And I can make it too. She starts to comb her hair, and out comes it's like literally pastrami out of her hair. Look.
All due respect, I don't want to touch that. Look,
Okay.
culturally in the time that I'm from, there's a thing about like hair in your food, let alone food that comes from the hair. I'm trying
I
to
get
process
this
that.
3 a day chance. I'm an archfey, and nothing has to make sense for me.
What? Okay.
Okay. Let me put it to you this way. I don't know, how much do you know about the magical world? Let's just influence you real quick.
Assume that I'm a
Okay.
person from a world where magic had only recently been realized to be a thing before I got dropped essentially into the back rooms.
Okay. Wait. I understand the back
𝕲𝖓 said that is still a thing. Before you fret about the time we're from.
Okay. Hold on, 𝕲𝖓. Hold on. This sounds like a Griffin conversation. She pushes 𝕲𝖓 back, and I'm letting you know, 𝕲𝖓, you kind of feel her, and she's a lot stronger than she is. And she gently started to push you back just a little bit, almost off your feet a little bit. Hold on. This sounds like a Griffin conversation. She's super excited.
Okay, look.
Avery holds his hand up.
There are dissonant souls, creatures, and broken spirits, and all kinds of shit that try to listen in and literally steal people's voices. Sometimes, how about we just take this to my shack so we can have an attempt at a private, normal conversation, yeah?
Sure, that'd be great. That'd be nice.
It's about 3 houses back, 3 down. It's kind of in the corner of the cavern on the southern end. It's like 6 blocks, assuming the blocks didn't move. It's the only building here that's even relatively modern, even though modern's what, ancient by your standards? I don't know.
We got this.
I hate this.
I'll teach you.
She pats him on the back. Blue's trying to get a follower. This is the first time she's ever wanted to get a follower. This is Blue's first time. She's so excited.
Okay. So, first things first, I'm going to roll for the first bit of temporal wind. I need everybody here to go
Avery,
ahead
we're
and
trying
roll
to
me
ask-
an intelligence saving throw with advantage because of your amulets.
Avery, what you trying to ask, bud?
I want to present the map that I drew and ask this man if he knows where we are on the map.
Wait until we get in the house. He just said, don't talk outside.
Okay.
Listen to the man.
Yeah, we're in the lamp market. That little dot in the center there, that's, I'll get into that. Sometimes it's here, sometimes it's not.
So, for both ladies, we're talking one made a 37, and the other one made a 36. With the bonus to the rolls.
Okay, and then for Vanestra, that intelligence save with advantage.
Vinestra said 23 as I only got a +5.
Okay,
Oh my god, your intelligence.
23 is still solid.
This poor lad. Blue hasn't ever had a follower in this time period, so this is their first time that I ever get really intrigued, so I'm excited for my character right now. She's never gotten excited before. She's never wanted camaraderie at all. Ever, like in her entire existence as an archfey.
Alright, then I'm also rolling
I kinda wanna
his
bring-
saving throw. Dude got a natural 20. It's almost like he's been here for a while. Alright.
It's almost like he knows where he's going.
Fantastic. So, as soon as the wind picks up, he kind of directs all of you to basically cling to a fucking building. Physical anchors are your friend when this shit happens. Just take my word for it.
Okay.
As the wind passes, notably you watch as the wall to one building starts turning to sand.
Glorious.
Cool. Wonder what that'll get replaced
I
with.
love the... A bus. Maybe a bus. We drove a bus through the abyss. It was great.
Yeah, if only. Anyway,
I think we have the bus.
where he walks you to appears to be a legally distinct and nondescript small fast food building that is at the bottom of a stack of, like, ranging from medieval and feudal buildings into like a mock skyscraper in this weird misshapen cavern structure. You can see what's been dragged in here appears to be a kind of thrown together mix of car seats and couch cushions to attempt to manage to create furniture and cushion furniture from what was sort of the 90s standard of this crappily leaning, really thin, like plywood chairs that were designed to be uncomfortable to make people leave very quickly. And so it's like he's outfitted it to try and make it livable. And there are still some of those lamps from the lamp district present and lighting up this area, even filling some places where lighting normally would have been in this building.
So, by any chance, do you have the blanket that was inside the basket that Angel sent, by any chance?
No, I didn't get that.
Any chance?
I didn't take that. That wasn't mine to take.
Well, wherever they have it, there should be enough food for them then, because that's what that thing does. It replenishes food once a day.
Cool. I still have some of the moon cookies, assuming that some wind didn't end up coming through here and make them rot.
No. We have We have plenty of food. She pulls up 2 of her bags of holding. We have plenty of food. We're good.
All right. That's great.
What do you want to eat?
You guys will last for a while here. So, let's get into brass taxes first of all.
Okay.
At the center of town, at the center of the lamp market, occasionally, what's there? Just a big-ass lamp filled with those crystals. It's great. It's awesome. It's very cool. Occasionally, it is a really twisted, really gnarly black stone gargoyle statue thing.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
It's... yeah. Apparently, Animal, whenever Animal's around to see it, Animal does not like the damn thing. So there is that to consider. When the statue is out, the wind picks up a lot. Animal's a sphinx and a computer, and it's confusing.
Oh, we know. He's from Earth, the original Earth.
Yeah, I've been told by a few people that have gone through that apparently it's not called Earth anymore, which is just...
it's called Terra.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Scientifically, it was always called Terra.
Well, it's technically called 𝕱𝖏𝖓 now.
Earth was just the English reference to it. No, only one guy who ever showed up here called it 𝕱𝖏𝖓. Everybody else calls it Zaria.
No, Zaria... Okay. Let me simplify this for you. Remember when Hanzo did his stupid thing? And the world broke into millions of pieces? Basically 5 rings. Separate rings.
Okay, let's stop the history lesson for a second, and forgive me, I'm being a little bit rude. My name is Jordan.
Okay.
I'm Jordan Evans. I know, basic name, boring. Do the interesting people ever fall off the face of the earth? Never to be seen again?
My name is Blue Saffron. Rasul.
Avery Starling.
All right, and gigantic lady.
My Sylvan name I'm not going to give you until you earned it.
Okay. From what I understand, Sylvan's a little bit similar to Gaelic, but not quite.
Vinestra said Vinestra.
Any surnames there, or is it just...
It's Vinestra.
Just Vinestra, okay. All right. A lot of people around town call me Xander. It's my middle name. It's a little less boring than just going by Jordan, you know. Especially if I'm going to die here at some point, I'd rather people remember me by the one part of me that sounds like anything different. Anyway.
It's really funny that you couldn't find your way back to Reckle with your name.
The
River Jordan was a place in Reckle.
Yeah, I know. Anyway. So that statue goes in and out. The winds really pick up whenever the gargoyle statue picks up. Some people have called it the icon of 𝕲𝖊𝖓, you know, which don't know how to feel about that because I'm not loving it. Old ancient joke. I don't think any of you would get that, but you get it.
Something about some golden arches.
I would kill for
We've
an
all explored our
unhealthy,
fair share
greasy food item.
Old world structures.
Wait! Vinestra, where is that big machine that you sanctified? The big one that drops the food down. The magical
There's an
one.
NPC that's been following us this entire time that I've got no idea what they are doing right now. What's Aegis doing?
You look behind you to see what Aegis is doing. He's not in the building with you.
Oh, come on. Where is he?
Probably didn't have a very good intelligence score.
Actually, he rolled fine
Whatever
as
that
far
is.
as that goes, because he shares those stats with Avery. And he's a wizard, which means intelligence stats he specializes in.
I'm not a wizard.
My bad. Well, either way, he rolled well.
So,
However,
Great.
you do see Aegis's hand pierce through the glass on the other side. I lost track of the door.
I'm gonna go
Good job.
help him find the door.
The door's made of glass. It's over.
Vinestra said, so he has bird vision.
okay. So,
No, I imagine he has computer vision. It's just kind of crappy.
hey Joe, do I by any chance do we have the undemonized and unradicalized food dispensary machine?
The infinite vending machine? You still haven't put that anywhere, have you?
I have it.
So let me
Who
be
has
perfectly
it?
clear. Is your plan to shut down Tempo or make this disconcerting place of quantum displacement infinitely livable? Assuming that something doesn't decide to claim that vending machine.
No, I'm just gonna lift it off the floor and pull it out so he can get a piece of food and then put it back in.
What the fuck? Okay,
Pick something.
magic and
Anything.
technologies.
Anything.
He gets out a legally distinct, yes. Legally distinct
Legally.
chocolate-covered candy bar that features nougat and peanuts.
Good job.
They say I'm not me when I'm hungry, and I haven't been me in a long time, so let's see if this fixes it.
Okay. Enjoy
He opens the
your
wrapper,
snackers.
eats half of the damn thing with one bite, and you watch his eyes roll into the back of his head.
Would you like another? Replenishes.
One moment. Oh my god.
She pulls out another one for him.
Hold on.
Here you go. I'm gonna put.
Okay.
You feel like a human again.
You would not believe how long it's been since that,
Oh no, we know. It's 10,000 years. It's 11,000 years technically.
I meant for me, not however time's been moving out there.
Yeah.
Look, people have come in here that claim to be ahead of where you guys are at.
Oh no, we understand.
By a
This is
long
a weird wobbly timey-wimey place. We got it. We got it. Ready?
Oh, I gotta go to Abe and get that window replaced. God.
We're from year 198 in case you need that for your records.
198 of what?
No, the 198 of this 6th era.
I'm gonna continue to pretend that any of that means anything to me.
Okay, so I take
Alright,
it that's
so-
not needed for your records.
No.
He puts to pretend on Angry. Does not confuse him. Let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. We
Okay.
need to understand
Okay.
one thing at a time.
Okay.
Human brain overwhelmed makes him freak
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Sid,
All right. So,
she
You're here to
pulls out some meat and starts to sizzle it on a grill out of her, basically in her hand.
occasionally wild animals fall in here. Meat's not an issue. Look, just... That's cool.
No,
and all.
I'm making you a burger. You like burgers? Burgers?
got some breadcrumbs.
Ooh,
Is-
breadcrumbs. We could put
Is your
breadcrumbs on
goal to bribe a disparate, time-displaced human man from an era that at this point, for most of you, is forgotten
I just wanna
history, or is it to find your lost
no,
parents? Like,
Okay, so no. So hold on, friend, hold on. So we have a friend named Griffin, right? And he's from your time period. He's definitely from your time period. And he taught us how to make all this really good human food. So I wanted to see if, like, you know, this is comparable to what you like. I even have mustard. You pull
you're
out
at
a thing of
12.
mustard.
I need you to pull it down to a 4.
I am an archfey. I am food chaos.
I don't know what the hell that means. Look,
Okay, so you're human, right?
yeah.
You know how when they talk about fairies,
Yeah.
your time period, fairies,
Mm-hmm.
elves,
Mm-hmm.
fae,
Yeah.
okay? Head of fae. So like a fae god.
What was your name?
Asu, technically. But it's blue saffron, technically.
Which one's technically?
Azul, like the color.
A color. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. He
Dragon lady
goes.
behind us.
He walks back to what is apparently the kitchen and pulls out like a clipboard and just starts writing. So, Azul, blue I'm just trying to keep track of who falls in here, right? So, Azul, blue sapphire,
Okay.
Avery, Starling. I'm
Saffron.
gonna
Saffron.
saffron.
Saffron like the spice.
Like the spice. Okay. Azul, blue saffron. Avery, Starling, like Raven and Ulysses. And Venestra. Any extra N's or
And vine.
S's?
Vinestra. If you spell it in your English world.
I've gotten a crash course on what you all consider to be common, and it's a really bizarre kind of suffusion of some fantasy tongues, English and Chinese and Russian and...
I write English as well, because I was on your world at one point.
I know calling it fantasy languages is a bit of a misnomer. Look,
The meaning wasn't lost. We
20
understand what you mean.
years
Your time, it was fantasy.
fiction. Unless you went into really
they were in
hardcore
hiding.
cosmetic augmentations.
No. Most fae were in hiding.
Right, I get
Even
that. I'm
dragons
just
were in
saying,
hiding.
like, in terms of my understanding of my reality, until things went topsy-fucking-turvy. Just...
Until the big thing tried to swallow everyone, yeah.
All right, and then Avery Starling, could I get a water each of you? Because
He's what you call a changeling. Like an actual changeling, not the ones that they thought about in the human world.
change.
Different.
Okay, so like you can.
Yes. I
Change
can-
into his face.
As he,
Change
before
into his
he,
face.
but let me speak.
Okay.
Before he can finish that sentence, I have already like shifted into his body.
Wow, I look like shit. Okay.
A
You
flattering
gotta understand,
form
there
of
aren't
his
any
body.
mirrors here. There's never been a building with a mirror that's shown up here. I don't know why.
Chet, the big purple one behind us is named Violet Evergreen.
Vinestra
She's,
said not showering tends to do that.
Yeah,
How do you not
there's
have
a lot of
showers?
water down here.
Occasionally, buildings with water containers show up and we can bathe. Sometimes there was a soap shop that landed here at one point. That was nice.
Soup shop?
A soap shop.
Oh, a soap shop.
We
Oh,
got
the
as
Like
much
Bath
as
and
we
Body
could
Works.
out of it when it popped up. It was about a day's worth of some handmade artisan soaps, and this like purple Smurf lady that
Purple
ran it. I don't
dragon.
know. Nope, it's like
Purple dragon.
this little like elf gnome person lady that ran it, and then the building got turned to dust by the time winds, like not 17 hours later. So we got what we could out
Right.
of it.
So,
The fact that this place has lasted as long as it has, it's, honestly, I'm shocked. I've moved. You wouldn't believe how many times. That's not the point. So, Avery Starling,
it's the
Changeling,
first time.
Violet Evergreen, Elf,
Snow
really
elf
pale elf,
turns
Snow Elf. Okay,
snow
that-
elf?
okay. So there's biome varietals.
Yes.
Pretty sure that was part of your fictions too.
Depend
Yeah.
to an extent.
If you played houses and humans.
I think the most common ones were high and wood. Were occasionally dark.
Often when people got high, would happen. Yeah.
So, I have a question.
What's up?
She wants to turn this guy so bad. Who has never had this instinct in her entire life. This is the Archfey meeting the bus driver. And this is one of those moments that she's like, oh, the stories he could tell me. Oh, that fascination I'd have.
Okay. So you're an Archfey. Is that F-A-E or F-E-Y? Does it matter? I don't know if it matters.
No, really.
And then you,
It's both.
big lady, Venestra, you are a
Dragon. Dragon,
with a
not lizard.
gigantic chest. Okay. Anyway. Then what
Vinestra
is...
said to keep it simple, a dragon and a wanderer of worlds.
So you're not even from
No.
foreign dragon? Foreign dragon. Okay, and then what? Who is that on your shoulder?
Her name's Amira. She's like a familiar friend.
Okay, not the first time I've seen one of those. A familiar. I'll just. Yeah, that's fine.
She has her own mind, Phil. She has her own mind.
A lot of them do, from what I've seen. Cool.
Joe, can I turn this person? Please tell me I can turn this poor bean so he's not so stupid.
There's always a possibility. All right. Look, I just needed to write all that down. Now, I have a really
Okay.
big question. Do any of you have anything with caffeine or alcohol?
She pulls out an entire thing of coffee that Piper made for her. Do you want cream or sugar?
He's eating fake food, Joe.
Yeah,
He's
black
eating
is the
fake
night.
food. She pours him the coffee and she feeds him a burger.
Eating Fey food counts if it's in the Phase domain. This domain belongs to
We didn't
something
have-
else.
I get that.
So, I have a question.
Yeah.
I've never had this inkling in my entire existence.
I haven't
now,
had
I've been an
caffeine
Archfey
in
for a long.
so goddamn long. Hold on. Feeling normal for the
She
first
puts
time
the
in
burger
forever.
down in front of him.
Oh shit.
She puts the burger down next to him. Medium rare with mustard, onions, pickles.
That's awesome. Okay. Suddenly he looks up with a level of clarity and almost dissipated stress the moment the caffeine enters his body. Okay. Brass tacks, I will happily.
I know where that came from.
You need to find your parents. Why are the rest of you here? I'm assuming to figure out a way for him to
Protect
leave
him.
with his parents, and
He's
they can.
squishy.
You brought. I can tell looks. You brought his
I'm the muscle.
siblings.
Yeah.
They seemed
Whole
confident.
Family
We
reunion.
tried to warn them.
I'm the muscle.
Vinestra
She's also
said
the
to
other
help
muscle.
him, as well as locate some relics and someone else as well.
Okay.
And she's a secondary magic muscle with bullets, like floating air bullets. They're cool.
I have a stock of actual bullets a few blocks up. Just
Okay, so
Yes,
I have a
and,
question. Hold on. She looks at Avery. She's like, you can tell. This is the
I get
archery
it. All
moment
of you
her
are very
life.
curious. You're in a very unfamiliar place. Just
No, I'm not
Go nuts.
curious. I'm not curious.
Bullshit.
How about I offer you the choice of a lifetime? I have no followers. I've been alive for what, 4,000 to 5,000 years?
the last time I heard
My
someone
existence.
say, how about I offer you the choice of a lifetime? It was a dude in a hoodie holding a crack pipe trying to get me to walk behind his trailer.
No, this is you basically being able to have your own magic to keep yourself out of trouble.
It's a nice thought.
It's not just a nice offer. I've never offered it to anyone in my entire existence. I'm picky. And I don't know why, but you intrigue me. It's never happened to me before.
What would be involved
My mother
in
said it
that?
would once.
Look, I'm assuming that I'm in my latest fever dream in this place. So,
I am a monk. I punch people for a living. I fight them for a living. You won't have to ever be afraid with your fists anymore.
I've gotten
You'll
into
be
some
able
bar
to,
fights,
with your-
haven't I?
But it will make you feel like your fists are. You can drink as much as you want, and it only fuels you more. And you never get too drunk to not make it out of a room. I've never done this in my life, but for some reason,
You're intriguing me. Okay, that intrigues me.
it comes with your very own flask. I get to make my first one. My mother taught me how to make them, but I've never made one for anyone but me. The flask will have an infinite amount of booze. Whatever you say into it, it will become.
Okay,
You can
I
pick
hear
a
what you're
copy of
selling.
liqueur from back in the day.
I hear what you're selling. What are you buying?
Just the location of the two, and just any information you have, and we'll get you out of here.
The location of the two, I can't really answer, but I can help you find them. I am one of the few people left in this town who knows how to walk around.
He has a sketchy drawn map. She points at Avery.
Okay.
From
Can
people
we
who have
get
actually exited.
Can we get a stopping point soon? My dog is whining to go outside.
Ooh.
Go ahead and go outside. Go ahead and let her out.
Well, here's the
let me
thing.
finish this deal.
Thanks.
Wheresoever this deal goes, I feel
go.
like could be a good spot for a cliffhanger. So, and it's that time of night.
Well,
Okay.
I really want to do angel stuff. I want to get done. She looks over at this man. I've never had an inkling for this, but for me, that's all I want. She pulls out the map and puts it on the table. I need to know where Animal has put them. They were separated into two corners of a space.
If I were a
They
betting
met at a
man,
bridge.
if I were a betting man, which to be fair I am, I had a bit of a gambling problem. It's why I had to pick up work as an assistant bus driver.
Oh,
Animal's
Fagan,
not the one
love
who
you.
picked him up. Animal might have tried to help him, right? But I would be betting Hookman probably got him.
I would explain the tentacle things.
Is that what you thought they were?
That's what they look like.
I'm kind of amazed you were able to look in here.
Oh no, payphones. And other things I would be giving you.
Okay.
It's like a cell phone, but a much easier version.
Let me be clear about the what are you buying part. What do you want from me long term for this long term benefit?
I want you to live a life where you punch the crap out of people. You give me stories when we hang out. And we sit and we drink and fight until the morning comes.
Altruistic, I'm looking for the catch. Because you
There's no
said
catch.
𝕱𝖊𝖓, and I'm thinking Jareth, all of the labyrinth. I've been in the labyrinth for years already.
No, I just get to know where you are and save you if you need it. All you have to do is call my name. And I'll actually give you my real name.
Make a persuasion check.
I've never given anyone my real name. Hell yeah! Who's never ever had this inkling in her entire existence. Her mother said it would come, but she didn't believe her. Holy shit, Blue. Baby. Oh my god. 17 plus her stat is a 14 for persuasion.
Why do we have boss music for this?
Oh, this was
Oh,
the
it is a
playlist that I
boss
set up for the dungeon soundtrack. Now, unfortunately, some of them started calm, and then I didn't realize that they picked up. It is what it is. So not the intention. Honestly, when I get this all moved to Foundry, the ambiance music choices will be a little bit more well thought out. But either way.
The only thing is, your race may change a little bit as far as your ears go. That's it. And you can probably float, which is the other thing I can do.
We all float down here.
That's because we're all chaos. She puts her hand out. I have to shake on it. That's how it works.
I forgot you don't understand that reference, and he takes that hand.
I really need to go let the dog out.
What languages
Let the dog out!
does Blue understand?
Multiple languages. She has all Earth languages she mastered because she
Let's be
stayed there
clear,
for a long
D&D
time.
statistics, which exotic languages does she understand?
Are we talking D&D languages?
Yes.
She understands primordial all the way back. Like, that was the one thing her mother taught her. They were taught her
Yeah, she has
father
primordial. She
because he was a
obviously has
dragon.
Sylvan. What else does she have?
Primordial, Sylvan, what was the other one? Stone Giant, and then
Giant, I wouldn't
she's
call
the giant
exotic.
base language.
Okay.
Paragon, she has the animal language.
Okay. Then Blue
Whatever the
wouldn't
one that-
understand this,
Is it
but Violet would. As he takes the hand and says, "Deal." In Abyssal, He says, I've been meaning to get that prick off of my back so I can get out of here for so long and feel human again.
Let me put it to you this. Hold on. Wait a minute. Blue has Abyssal. She lived in the Abyss.
Then she understands it as you see his shadow suddenly manifest a chain around his neck that gets snapped.
Glorious. And now you can punch him in the face, all you want.
And now he's going to be pissed.
There's a blue flask in his hand where he shook her hand, and it's a large flask.
Which means he's going to end up multi-classing into monk from his base class of warlock.
I hope you enjoy the added fun.
The thing about
His ears
warlocks,
are...
even if you sever your connection to your original patron, you still keep the gifts they gave you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'll do my best to help you find them. And if we get stopped along the way, and he wants to fight, I trust you're going to make sure that my soul doesn't get eaten.
You can't get eaten. You're from the Feywild now.
No, I'm not, but now it would be considered stealing Fey food. And that's where I'd say probably Violet more than Blue picks up on his mention of the Goblin King and Labyrinth mention when he had already previously stated he had no idea what the fucking Archfey was, which means that was a plain-ass lie.
She pulls out... His ears begin to lengthen up into that point, and they get a tip of blue at the edge. And his hair gets a tint of blue along the lines in certain parts of his hair. In the blue parts of your hair, if you think of a spice that you're missing, food that you need, anywhere in the world, anything you're thinking of, your hair will turn into it so you never starve. I have never chosen someone.
And it's deal made. Again, my name is Jordan Xander Evans, and yours?
My name is 𝕱𝖔𝖗. 𝕱𝖔𝖗𝖊𝖓.
I have a question. Is Avery able to hear this?
Not in words.
Not that part, I don't think.
Okay.
Though visually you do see this sort of magical wave kind of getting wreathed between them as this occurs. You do see the part where his shadow, where that chain gets manifested, breaks away. And notably, a trait that changes on him more so on his will than yours, Blue. Where previously there was a yoked chain around his neck, which now you can see there's a compression scar beginning to make itself visible, gets quickly bandaged in azure blue silk up the length of his neck. And stretching down the length of his arms.
My fist is at your back. I will be the best friend you've ever had, and I will be the best drinking partner you've ever experienced.
I doubt that I had some pretty legendary drinking buddies back in the day.
Not with what you've got in your hands. What drink do you miss the most?
Hey, be nice.
I don't miss it because it was good. I miss it because I freaked people out. I'm that asshole who would drink Malort with a straight face. Not because it was good, but because it freaked people out.
Whisper the name into the flask.
He whispers Malort, drinks it back, And with a straight face, he nods and then promptly spits it all over the side of the room. That's real. Jesus. It's still bull piss.
It is. But the best turkey, the best moonshine I've ever had was 𝕱𝖊𝖓 moonshine. And it tastes like the sun.
Okay.
And the green grass. The blue stripes in his hair will once a day turn into a type of food. Once a day. Should he be starving, it can save his life.
Okay, so mind you,
The flask does the same thing.
a monklock is a subpar multiclass, given the statistics, but you suspect, especially with how he was talking to you, that charisma was not his strong suit, and that is required to be a strong suit for something like Warlock anyway. So he may not necessarily be in a bad spot, as it is. Given how easily he navigated the place. Well, actually, you know what? You did just take on an adventurer, and I have given this trait to just about everybody who's taken on adventurers. I've given them the stats of the person they just took on. So, let me see here.
Blue is excited. She's never picked anybody before. I've never had this instinct with her before. I'm so excited for her. She was like, he's so ordinary. I love that. And I'm just like, I love the fact he's so ordinary.
Ordinary's a stretch. He's a seemingly ordinary person in a far from ordinary situation. Race human.
Do you know why her name is 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓?
He's got a good stat spread. Jesus. Okay. So, he's been perpetually locked at the age of 34. He's not been allowed to age in this place. That's not true for everybody. Circumstances of his warlock pact, it seems like. But he has a strength statistic of 15, dex of 16, constitution of 17, intelligence of 12, so he's above average there, wisdom of 17, and a charisma of 13. He's got strong stats pretty much all throughout.
I'm gonna train you to be a rock.
His two lowest stats are charisma and intelligence, but even then, they are still, by classical standards, above average.
You have to keep all of your other stuff, but I'm gonna make you a rock.
Okay, well, since we're doing this, real quick, I gotta collect my things, including I gotta collect my puddle.
Your puddle?
Yeah, I gotta collect my puddle. He goes back into the kitchen, and eventually crawling up over his shoulder is a small yellow speckled gecko. This is Puddle. Stares at you with these cute little beady eyes.
Is there any way as an archmage I can... Is there any way I can bless him with eternal life? This poor little baby gecko.
Normally, like NPC Archfey, I would say, yeah, you can just do that. This is a player character Archfey, so I'm going to say roll me a vibe check.
Yes! Hell yes! I've never done it. I want to do it so bad. Look at this baby. 20, let's go! So my vibe is like a 37.
Puddle is now immortal.
He's going to live as long as you do.
Smash cut to the far-flung super-apocalyptic future where no normal mortal intelligent life lives, and there's just little gecko puddle in a monk getup beating the ever-loving fuck out of mutated cockroaches.
Oh.
Big ol' scar over his beady cute eye. And he just thinks back to simpler times when he was in a temporarily locked hell with his human companion.
She looks over at him. I want us to outline this map. He puts the map on the table. So Avery has a way to get some around in case something happens and we get lost like idiots. Because we're gonna be drunk as fuck. I'm gonna punch some bitches right back to where they came from. Oh, today's gonna be a good day. I'm letting you know this is a high for Blue. Blue has never had like a high. She's never asked for anybody to join her family. She never wanted it. But this ordinary Joe Schmo, she's just like, hey, you want to be part of my group?
I'm a bus driver who fell into the back rooms. You're mine now.
I like your words, funny magic man.
There ain't nothing magical about him. That's even better. I'm gonna make him do magic with his hands.
He's gonna
like your funny words, magic man.
Specifically, I'll make him powerful enough with his hands so that he can punch with magic.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Level 6 monks. Punches do magic damage.
Punches do magic damage. Oh. My mother said it would happen. I thought it would never happen. I mean, having children was normal. But, like, I thought it would never happen to me.
Blue's childhood. You'll eventually have to take a warlock. I'll never do it, Mom. You can't make me. Wasn't wrong. I didn't take a warlock. I'm training a monk.
I'm training a monk who's gonna drink as much as I do and swear as much as I do and
He's a bus driver for high schoolers. He was polite in public and cursed like a sailor at home.
That's right.
Or in some cases, cursed in public.
Okay, my side job is babysitting. Just let you know. We're babysitting a burgeoning god's children at some point.
I am remarkably well practiced with wrangling teenagers.
How about wrangling baby dragons? That's a thing.
With wrangling what?
Baby dragons.
Is it in any way like wrangling bratty geckos?
Yes.
Then we're good.
Very easy, very similar. There you go.
So I just need crickets and we're good to go.
Same exact thing. Yeah, all you need is a little bit of chunk of meat and then just wiggle it.
Cool.
It'll come down from the ceiling. They're easy to deal with. Simple minds.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Well, you know what? I'll come back and get it if it's still here when I come back.
What are you looking for?
I have a record collection back there, and if the time wind doesn't, blow down my house, I'll come get it when we come back. Let's go find your parents.
She pulls out the bag. Put it in the bag. Can't go anywhere in the bag.
All right. Sure. How do you feel about Led Zeppelin?
I made sure we had. Oh.
Because I got all the Led Zeppelin records apparently nobody wanted or forgot about. So.
Do you know how to play guitar? Can you teach me how to play guitar?
This might shock you, but showmanship isn't my strong suit.
I don't care. Teaching me chords would be great. Griffin wouldn't do it. He laughed at me because I was tiny. He said there's no way a tiny thing could play anything.
By the way, the record I've been keeping wasn't originally my record. I kind of picked it up from the last guy who was keeping record, who I assume died. There's pages and pages of this shit. First page isn't a record at all. It's a map. And it's not a map of the town. It's like an X. It's like an X marks the spot map, but it goes past the reaches of the town, and I haven't had the balls to try. So, I don't know. You've given me liquid courage.
Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
And that is where.
Let's get high and.
That's where we'll happily cliffhang. That area, unless, well, actually, Venestra. My apologies. I haven't really given you much to do here. Is there anything specific you want to look out for while you're in this region before we go ahead and we switch scenes?
Venestra said, I did have some things I sent you, Joe.
Let's take a gander.
Violet wanted to ask Venestra something. That's why I was waiting my turn.
Ah, okay. But go nuts.
So, Venestra, I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
You're beginning to smell a little bit foreign from what I am taking on. I was going to ask, could you teach me more of the dragon things? To make the wings bigger and to shift a little easier. I just need to practice, and I've been struggling at it for a couple weeks. She's very shy. Violet's very shy bee. Very shy bee.
I misheard that for a second, and I thought you said, like, to shit a little easier, and it's like,
wait,
fiber will help with that.
That's what I heard, too.
No, to shift a little easier.
Oh, okay.
I just want to be able to shift into a big dragon.
These wings are blocking me up. They're worse than an LA freeway.
I mean, she's delicious. I'm gonna wait for Venestra's answer.
Venestra said, I always have been foreign, Violet, but sure I'd be more than happy to spend some time teaching you the basics of shifting your form.
I'm struggling a little bit, and Halcyon hasn't said anything, but I noticed that I can't make my one wing as big as the other wing, and I want them to be even. I don't want... It's not like your breasts. I don't need one to be bigger than the other, and they're not in my body, so I would prefer for them not to be on my wings.
I love being a changeling because I can make myself symmetrical.
Angel and Violet are both symmetrical. I rolled. Because I'm symmetrical.
Oh. The only different thing I have is probably this mole that I have. Right here. I have a booty spot. My booty's beautiful.
Venestra said, and Vi is whatever she wishes to be.
So, I was just asking if you could help me because I don't want my wings to be uneven anymore. And I want to be able to shift into a dragon. At one point.
She's so shy. Violet's like the shyest being ever. I also realized that Violet
So
is
what part of the process are you struggling with?
I can't get the left wing to be as big as the right one. The right one always comes out bigger and I can't visualize it. So I don't make one bigger than the other. So more or less I need practice. I think I just want someone to practice with and to teach me a little bit more about dragon abilities. Angel usually gives me some classes, but she's been busy with all of the craziness. But I've been teaching the little, so it's been good.
All
She's
right.
so shy. This character's so shy compared to the other one. So shy. And it's like, you're beautiful. And Violet's like,
It was like serenity for Rubber and fuck. Let me just switch back to creepy. It's a little bit more. Makes a little more sense for the ambiance we're sitting here. There we go.
the other two need to go to bed, I think, right? Or is 𝕊𝖓 doing something?
𝕊𝖓 said very well. Whenever you wish, Violet, I'll help teach you the basics.
Yes. When we're not in too much danger, I want to try it once a day. Just once a day. I totally screwed up every day though. Because I get 2 a day, but there's certain things I want to be able to do. Okay. Whatever you have planned. Whatever you have planned. Boop doop boop boop doop.
All right.
I'm gonna get some. I need protein with you guys some more wishes.
Now, notably,
Some more.
for the things that Jordan has supplied, what do you want to look over? Because there's notes of people that go back a good ways. But then, of course, there's the treasure map on the first entry.
The treasure map, I'd love to figure out what it is, considering Hanzo had some shit that was fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's the scientist that were friends with Hanzo, there may be a machine that's causing the crag itself to go to the abyss.
Going back in the entries in this set of pages, which he's basically taking some time to bind together to try and make a makeshift book, basically at this point, to try and get it in one piece. Based on handwriting alone, goes through at least 10 people making entries. And that includes himself as reasonably person number 11.
I think we should leave it off here so we can get that notes next time.
Sure.
And I'll make a note of my stuff.
Because there's some I will say there's some reveals in there for a couple of people.
Yes, I know. That's fine. But
Yeah.
if not,
𝕊𝖓 does have some stuff that they want to cover. But
Okay,
I will say,
awesome.
Brick, if you want to go to bed here, by all means, you can do so.
I'll
'Cause
listen for
Can
a
we get
few
some-
more minutes.
Sure.
okay.
It'd be nice if I could actually make it to the end of session for once.
That's fair.
Well, it's because Angel's gonna be next part of that session.
And also, to be fair, normally we're supposed to end at 10:30 Mountain Standard, but we've been starting late and all kinds of other shit. So.
I can't think of a single
Well, I
time
don't
we've
have
ended
to-
that early.
I don't have to go to church tomorrow.
Oh wait, 10 Mountain
Early.
Standard.
10:30
That'd be
Mountain
more like
Standard
11:30. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
would be
Yeah.
half an hour ago.
𝕊𝖓 said we also like to just yap RP more.
That too.
Yeah. Why are you asking all them questions? Old eggies. Eggies. My eggies go.
Did add some more things, Joe.
Wunderbar.
Why are you asking all them questions?
There are, I will say, as far as relics of 𝕊𝖓 that you can sense here, there is notably nothing present of him in this place. As again, you feel that sense of being home in regards to it feeling like it's a place between places, like it's some sliced off, hewn cut of limbo. There was said to be some stuff of his in here. But as far as relics, at least in this town specifically, it seems absent of it at the moment. But again, there is that treasure map. Whatsoever that may be, or lead to. Based off of the way it's sketched out, it seems to lead away from at least the map that registers of Tempo itself.
Oh no!
Vinestra said noted about said map.
Yeah. Megan, did you get your soup?
I don't know if I should get more soup or if I should get something with just protein. Am I here?
All right.
Did you go through what Vanessa wanted?
Well, we're about to. So, I got a question. Do you make a... I will say the tome overall is available to everybody. So to what degree do you guys want to go ahead and flip through basically those entries?
Well, Blue is gonna make food for everybody while everybody reads over the book.
Okay. For those that would like to peel through it for anything of marked interest, then, I will say go ahead and give me an investigation.
Investigation.
What's the tome about?
This is just basically, essentially a journal of entries of everybody who has given a name for who has fallen in here, into this place.
I would like to use investigation to find...
It's already noted that your mother and father are in this list, particularly in the set of list, in the section of a list that Jordan wrote into, and he's the 11th person to have been doing entries.
Vinestra said 42 nat 20 for Amira.
42 nat 20 for Amira. Okay. Peeling back through and going through persons and peoples who are going through entries, you get to the 4th person, and you are given immediate pause. Each person who starts to write out entries, it seems just by precedent laid out on the first one, gives their name as the first entry on the list. And then their handwriting follows suit. There's a name Anne. It strikes you very directly. The handwriting is one for one. And the notes of lyrics and musical patterning in the margins beyond each name and entry is unmistakable, along with a restructuring in the margin for names and entries to try and turn them into songs here and there. Disparate, lost songs. It goes for about 3 pages of entries over a time that best you can register spans maybe 8 years in this place before the entries shift to another person. Sorry, not
Okay,
Anne, my bad.
okay.
Misspoke.
Oh.
The entry reads 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
Question. Joke.
Yeah.
Joke.
Yeah.
Question is, omelet or like hot dogs? Omelet's healthier, huh?
Yeah.
Vinestra said omelette hot dogs.
No. Omelet or hot dog?
Hot dog omelet. Trailer park that omelet.
No.
The entry and the handwriting are unmistakably that of 𝕱𝖊𝖓. For the 4th entry. Or for the 4th person of entries.
Vai's brow is going to furrow at the name as she asks, "Do you know what happened to this person?" She tapped the page.
I am the 11th person to have been doing entries in that book. That person, that Ilya, was the 4th person, at least for records that I could find. And some of them got scattered around town to an extent. I only really know about the person who came before me, and that was a Belfast and Niran. Elf dude. So I don't really know anything about kind of what happened with her. Best I can guess, either the way it tends to go here, people get caught in the time winds and just age into bones, or they get grabbed by the hookman and
The hookman?
get eaten.
That sounds like a bad horror film.
Well, it's not his real name. One of those is a stronger likelihood of leaving remains, if you can guess. But given that he tried to make a deal with me and tried to teach me magic and give me powers and take influence over me, if that pattern has held true for the other people that wrote in this fucking book, which maybe it did, then my guess is he got her.
He ate her like breakfast.
And shat her out like yesterday's lunch.
Ew! I'm trying to cook over here. Gross. No, it's so gross.
Vinestra said, "Question, did Blue say that ick?"
Yes.
I see.
Trying to cook over here.
Say that in character.
Yes, she said it in character.
What did Blue say again?
I'm trying to cook over here.
I'm trying to cook over here. Can we not talk about shit? I would like
That was the
swallow.
DM, to be fair, unless Blue momentarily is apparently able to hear God himself. Worship me, for I am your false idol. Let me violate your commandments. Don't do that. I would be a terrible person to start a cult.
What are you? What are you?
It would be the world's least successful sex cult. because those are the only ones that people even bother to join.
Vinestra said, I see. Vi's tail would strike out, flicking as she is going to rummage in her backpack and pull out an item and use one of her powers to try and determine if she is around here.
Okay. I'm going to assume that that's basically you're going to be using an item of Ilya's to basically cast Detect Person for that 1,000-foot range. Or at least some facsimile of that using what you've been developing for your Eldritch stuff.
Aye.
Yeah. Not within 1,000 feet.
Technically, I think it's on the plane. Let me double check.
Are we even on the standard plane of existence anymore?
As far as what
Not technically.
what I've suggested, you guys are likely in some, at least, aspect or demiplane of limbo, if not just some part of limbo itself. Which itself is a plane of existence. It's just not the material plane.
Vinestra said, sent you the ability description.
Gotcha. Let's see here. Ah. Creature's direction in relation to you, distance in relation to you if the challenge rating is equal or higher. Lower, equal to... Okay. Let's take a look here.
These are good. Yes, it's cooked in a microwave. Do I care? No, it's perfectly cooked, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, for eggs. Thank you for them eggies. Just like you said, chicken bird, chicken orient.
Vinestra said, but yeah, direction.
Yeah.
Distance.
As far as direction, best you can tell, that is... And I'm getting my directions proper this time. Due east
S
from
north
here.
and west.
Yeah. Due east from here, by a distance of about 70 miles and increasing. However, if this is part of limbo, should you get out into limbo proper, where motion and movement gets a little bit unusual in how it operates, you may be able to close that distance after properly leaving tempo. Notably, at least for the treasure map, at least as far as what's indicated at the front of that book, that location is notably closer than where it feels Ilya likely is.
Who is Ilya? Who is Ilya? Who this? New person, who this?
Somebody from Venestra's history.
So spicy! Real? Real? Real?
What about her?
Is on this plane of existence and somewhere about 70 miles due east and increasing in distance.
70 miles due east and increasing in distance on this plane.
Notably, the treasure map that is shown at the front of that entry book is also going in the same direction, though notably a lot closer. And at least as far as the map references for Eastern Passage, it's a couple of split paths which could lend credence to where your mother and father may have gone. However, this is supposedly the safe side of Tempo, whereas on the other side, where the Sentry District is where shit goes sideways.
Okay, these are good. That's what I needed. Some protein. Sit. Okay. So, is that all that Venestra finds out?
Vinestra said, well, Avery, we might need to add someone else to said list of people we are rescuing.
It would seem so.
And like we goes, what? This kind of sizzling too loud. I can't hear you. We're saving some other person. This will be fine.
Yeah, Venestra found someone that she knows, apparently.
Is it a spicy person?
I don't know anything about her, but...
I'm letting you know she leans over Venestra's shoulder. Is it a spicy person?
It is a bard, from what I'm
Is Piper
reading.
an angel spicy?
Yes.
According to Rule 34, any parry is spicy. If it exists, there's a ship of it. That's what that rule is. Totally.
They're both the spiciest people I know. Loud, obnoxious, fighting all the time. Reno's
To
not really
that,
fighting
Jordan
usually.
speaks up.
But it's no-
I don't think that's what she's getting at.
Oh, your sister? That sounds like a sister thing. Adoptive sister? Sister from another
friend.
mister?
Like a best friend, a close
Compadre?
friend, I don't know.
Vinestra said, I suppose if that is your meaning, a dear friend.
Okay. Keep it your way then.
Plot twist, she was never a human, she was a deer this whole time, no.
Okay, so, I'm gonna leave this in limbo space for tomorrow. Is there anybody that Violet can find? Is there anything that Violet needs to look at? Is there anybody she finds in there?
As far as foreign magics, anything like that in here specifically?
No, not foreign magics. We're talking about people.
In specific regards to Violet, you guys
Because everything
haven't-
was timey-wimey, fuck you with their family.
Yeah. Nobody among her kin that are here.
Well, that's a relief. I'd say so. What about yours, Halcyon? Anything
Which
from
notably,
your
flipping
family?
to the blood map, this place does seem to have its own page. Does feel
if I
very
open
much
up
like
to this
Limbo.
map, and if I put Halcyon's fingers on it, does any of Halcyon's family show up on this?
No.
Okay. Finally, one day, we're not freaking out.
Though notably, looking at yourself on this map, there are 2 dots in that spot.
There should be. I'm pregnant.
Yeah. Though it's still interesting to notice.
I'm so tired. Halcyon, hold me.
Piggyback a bridle.
Bridal. Piggyback is embarrassing, and I'm not that mood.
Right. Scoop.
Scoop is good.
So getting scooped
I wonder what's the...
isn't embarrassing.
No. She goes, I wonder... He goes, I wonder what Angel's doing. I wonder how that went. That was...
Vinestra said he could have swaddled you with a sash.
That's a good idea.
It's fine. No!
Too late.
much
She gave
too
me
cold.
ideas.
See where you sleep tonight.
Yeah, in the timey one as we go ahead and we move to where time is moving normally.
Angel is riding Navarre.
Back in Windstone. A mere few blocks away. Or is it?
It's fine. It's fine, Joe. It's fine.
We have Angel riding on the back of Navarre. We have Nick walking right along. And eventually, in the Citadel District, you meet into a building that looks like...
They
At first it was a warehouse.
Joe.
Oh yes, that's right. Blah, 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 blah.
They're pissed off at me.
She was
I'm
pissed
okay
off
with
at you.
this. It's fine. Kind of want to see what the others' reactions are too, considering a Tem and them didn't leave everybody alone. And I let Charlotte go with them.
There were a number of people in the midst of trying to clean themselves up, basically.
How much whipped cream is there everywhere?
Too much.
And chocolate syrup.
Too much.
I love my children. Looks over Nicodemus and she fist bumps him behind everybody else. So those moments where they're both proud of our kid and they're both fist bumping.
As
Our kids are the
Ephid
best.
makes her way in and resettles herself at her seat, landing right upon a whoopee cushion, which she promptly disintegrates.
He's trying not to laugh.
The expanding air makes more whoopee noises.
It gives a Street Fighter echo of the whoopee as it disintegrates. She looks around, trying to see if there are any of your other children who are promptly right beside you, not making any trouble. And one of the gnomes...
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 said if they try and close the door, does it make a different unexpected noise?
Rather than it's going... Ah. And when it opens inward, it's...
Not to laugh. That would have been the moment where her it would have been like...
If someone bumps the door, it goes...
That's a classic movie. You're just like...
Someone knocks on the door, it goes...
Stop.
Joe, come on.
But... Back
So
to
one of the
what I was
gnomes?
getting
Which
into.
gnome?
One of the gnomes, who also has a council seat, is trying his best not to wear a shit-eating grin as that whoopee cushion is destroyed. Let me see here. A little, like, 2'3" forest gnome in this sort of leather and sort of wood-splinted armor with sort of, with this wooden buckler at his side. Sharp blue eyes and auburn hair down the sides of his face, and just kind of a playful air to him. Someone who very clearly does not carry themselves with too much weight, at least socially. And that's regardless of their present size and the lack of physical weight they actually carry. To the far
Who else comes into this? Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what happens because there's chocolate syrup and whipped cream getting cleaned up everywhere and like bubbles in the air.
Yeah, to the far end on the other opposite end, kind of a final end table side of 𝕲𝖓𝖓, the bitch of the dwarf, is another gnome. Looks to be more of a craftsman, kind of a sharp round face, gray eyes and brown hair, simple clothing, but a heavy sort of black cloak over his body. And then finally, at the other end of the table, opposite end of the more playful looking gnome, is another dwarf. Definitely sort of more masculine or just strikingly male in his appearance. Messy brown hair atop his head, large green eyes, a bit more of a matted beard. Although his garments are a little bit more modest, he does have a number of rings just kind of reinforcing and across his fingers. He does seem to have a little bit more of a poignant swivel about his head, and it seems like he has more neatly collected some of the, let's say, party favors that your trio of children have left behind. To which they kind of whisper in your head, like, he was on it. He picked up on it real easy. He's got an eye for suspicious stuff. The other ones, not so much. They were more fun, but he was fun in a different way because it was fun seeing if he could find things. And he found a lot of things.
Did you try the secondary power that looks like a stone?
Yeah, he got that. He was on it. He got this look. He got this look in his eyes where I think he kind of realized, at least on his own end, that it was a bit of a game.
That's pride. Like there's a smile of pride considering that.
This is a man that I would like to meet.
He looks over at... No.
I'm not going to meet him because I'm not in this plane of existence right now.
I know. Yeah. Because she looks over at this council. She goes, I know that you're a council of this many. But if I pull out the entire council of what I'm dealing with,
and what I have revived. It will fill a room.
A small little halfling walks her way into the chamber, kind of before the sort of four-pronged council in front of you.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I have to make proper introductions. 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 of Sharni, paired with Nicodemus Whitehorn, the pair unto be the revitalized goddess Amora, or Amoras as the retitling is to be stated. Sorry, my first day on the job. The last one apparently came down a little bit sick, and I'm a little out of breath. I had to run up here. The sickness was very recent. They had a bad stop at a good restaurant. That cook is getting fired. Anyway, as you've already met, we have Afed, the Afed the Shadowed. We have moving her arms over, still trying to catch her breath, over to the druid who was kind of smiling and joking with her. We have Blegmont, the Overgrown. Moving back over to the other opposite end of the table, we have 𝕲𝖊𝖓, the Crafty. And then moving over to the one that your kids were complimenting for realizing it was a bit of a game, we have 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓 the Convicted? No, 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓 of Conviction. Right?
No,
Help
it is
the convicted.
it is actually 𝕱𝖊𝖓 the Convicted. Why are you on the council? I am an example unto the people of rehabilitation. And thoughts for
There's a
brighter
full-on eyebrow
futures.
lifted in her head.
Now, you did a good job. Go and do tend to your sister. Also, you are not supposed to be the one to fill in.
Angel passes her an entire little container thermos of soup. That should clear things up.
Okay, thank you. I don't really know you. I shouldn't be taking things from.
It's hot chicken soup.
Oh, cool, great. I'll go.
So,
Pretty boy, come here. Come on, I'm inviting you. Come here.
let me be the first to preface. Our delayed address to your arrival was my idea and my concern. Given the travel time, I thought it best, perhaps, that you be allowed time to recover and acclimate before being addressed. I know the peaks can be rough on some.
Oh yeah, Adam is not happy.
You can still hear from your necklace a
Give him Griffin's old bucket. It eats the vomit.
To whatever end that may have been seen as an insult, it was not the intention.
It's just common courtesy. As far as the kids go, if you show up at the castle, it's a lot easier for me when they're trying to transition.
There were conflicting reports for how much progeny you brought with you.
She looks at Nicodemus. Should we tell him?
Does it serve us to? It might.
This is what she's gonna ask. What's the most fanciful thing you've ever thought you'd never see?
The good side of a jail cell.
As a child, not as an adult.
That actually stands. I am one of the more prime supporters for the war efforts. I was a previously interred individual. Well, interred is not the right word. Help me, I'm not formally educated.
Oh, wait, no. I'm not here.
She looks and she says, indentured.
Yes. Previously indentured individual in the swamps
That's the kind way of saying
of 𝕱𝖊𝖓.
And she stares Appa down for the first time, and she summons out all of the changelings that she's brought back. And the room is half filled.
To which
She summons them
Blegman
back into the necklace.
notably kind of sits himself up a little taller in his seat and seems almost giddy, trying to contain his excitement.
You want to see something more cool?
Happily, if
She's...
it is reasonably my turn to speak. I believe it is. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Let's do this.
And that was him
Go ahead.
mostly concerned with that, looking at the rest.
It is, yes, to my understanding in your presentation, that you and your partner, husband-to-be, is the husband part official yet, or no? That report was also conflicting.
That's in private. We plan on having a formal... Because of the war, we are having a formal wedding after it.
Understood. Well, then given your informal engagement, I am well aware of your steadily reincarnating status. Mortals that are reaching higher echelons of power is not a common thing, though it does happen in some cases, and every time it does, I find it quite exciting and invigorating, and I, for one, am cautiously quite excited to see what becomes of you and your partner when you finally decide to leave the mortal part of your existence behind, and am plenty willing to aid wherever I can until that point. I have been around for quite some time. You get accomplished enough with the magics of the natural world, and aging becomes a non-issue.
I'm going to award you something. She's going to summon out every single color from every single timeline, even the original Terran and the form from Exandria that we had made for the Layborn. And bring one of she's going to bring them into the room so you can see them for the first time. It's one of those overwhelming things.
Notably, while the other three seem degrees of shocked, this gnome, wreathed in, again, natural leathers and wood, seems otherwise just calm as can be.
Do you want to hold a dragon?
I wouldn't presume. If you're offering,
She pulls out the love dragon from... She pulls out the love dragon from her hair. During this meeting, you can hold her as long as you want. Just don't agitate her top of her scale. She hasn't shed potions yet.
To that I have no intention. And as far as additional staunch supporters of your war efforts, I might actually exceed 𝕱𝖊𝖓 in that regard to an extent. Having to get back in this fight is not something I expected.
You've been in it for a long time and you didn't know.
Oh, I've known. Like I said, aging after a while stops being a problem with my skill set. I'm comparable, reasonably, to some skags in age, though they exceed me, if only barely.
I'm going to let you in on something. We won the war. As far as the blood war will always be won here on this planet. It will be balanced. This is the one wish I made as immortal. That it had to stay balanced. And it was a greater wish. But the problem with the balance is there are still little cracks.
There always are.
I may have brought down 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, but his father is what lives under your city.
I don't
Good
think
night,
anger is
y'all.
the right word.
Sleep well, Brick. I
Good
hope you
night.
had fun with the session for what duration you were present.
It was fun.
Awesome.
Yes.
Bye.
She looks over. I'm not quite sure. I know I can deal with him. But I want to make him afraid of his own shadow.
Accomplishing that for a demon might be a bit of a stretch. I don't mean
You
that
have to just
as a-
play on their name.
No. All the same, if there's anything I can offer to help in this effort, I will.
We are fighting on two fronts. You are on two ends, squashed in between two borders. We need to make a decision, and we need to figure it out.
The decision is
This
made.
crag can no longer... Tempo can no longer stay this way.
We presumed that with your arrival. Our newest member, who we still need to modify this desk properly for, just expressed to you the common protocol for visitors. I mean, they're new to this. They didn't really know all the circumstances. And
I don't know if they're new or if they're part of the problem.
oh, she's not a problem. I have a good read on that. And given that I'm technically older than, actually, along with a good chunk of skags, technically older than the gods, that's one thing.
That makes sense.
It's hard to do, but druidics and veteраnism being what it is, it doesn't make me more powerful.
Druids
It just
are
makes me a
amazing.
really old, tiny person. But hey, I don't have to deal with joint problems.
Youthful, old, tiny person.
Eternally youthful. No joint problems, no falling teeth. Well, if I do get some falling teeth, I can replace them with the right kind of wood. Like George Washington.
My question. She looks over at Nicodemus. Why don't you tell them?
Which part?
Where we carry our kids.
Oh, you mean in that necklace?
It's more than a necklace.
I figured as much. Look, you two are rebuilding into something bigger. It also means that magical items that you carry on you may evolve with you in ways that are unprecedented even for those that originally enchanted them. It's how it goes. You eventually start having more effect on the things you wear than the things you wear have effect on you.
I'm gonna show you something that may scare you.
It'd be the first time in a long time.
Alcoof. You come out, please.
happily. That's disconcerting.
Can you tell him? You tell him who you are?
I know exactly what he is, or rather what he was. Because I'm wise enough to know that he's not that anymore, right? That's disconcerting, all the same.
He's a good boy. She likes her son.
You talking to a former god of destruction like it's a dog is all the more disconcerting.
He is my son.
All right.
By the light of the word, he has been remade.
Phenomenal. As mentioned before, I am, well, to be fair, that lovely girl presenter. I mean, she gave my title a misnomer. I am an archdruid, specifically, but I digress.
I caught that.
Yeah, with that, it comes some weight, some title, some magical potency. So again, if you need any direct help beyond what we're already setting up, I will happily grant it. I've been around for a long time.
I'm gonna look at Nicodemus and have him look at the person who's pissed at us.
She is now our second newest member. She's got to take some time to mature. And with that, she's got some, let's say, jealousy about no longer being the newest one. Which is funny, because just like me, she won't have to worry about aging. But has a fundamentally different route to approaching that.
Yeah, that your little scary rat trick doesn't scare me at all.
I've been meaning to bring that up.
And she looks straight at that archdruid with concern and no small amount of offense at the insinuation. Let me go ahead and see here, because I just scrolled past the thing. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, Avid looks straight at Bellman, utterly offended.
If you were going to go for lichdom, you seriously went the Lich Lady of Rats. It's great for a haunting folktale, but are you serious? It's disappointing.
She summons her new child that is basically a piece of what 𝕲𝖓𝖏 was. Now, if you want to contain fear, you can show him what you really are. Pats his head.
Here's the fucked up part. By the way, I'm gonna put you on blast, sweetheart. You know why she's the Lich Lady of Rats? She has a severe allergy to rodents, so she decided in order to conquer that, she would make her army out of their bones.
Like, you know, there's a point where Angel, like, literally has to, like, put her head down in the bar. And then, like...
It's just...
not to laugh.
Stupid. And you no longer have an allergy since you cast away your mortality and became an undead dwarf woman. But, oh my goodness.
I
These
would
are my
love to see you
coworkers.
go against the lich inside of... Let me put it to you this way. You don't terrify me, you don't scare me. She produces the image of the Abishai over her childhood body.
That's nasty.
That's my nightmare.
The only other gnome here, one with brown hair and gray eyes, with decidedly simpler attire. That one is Ashitorin.
See, is how she doing? How do you know Ashitorin?
I'm a craftsman by trade. I am in a position of power in this town and have been for a number of decades because I'm very, very good at what I do, and at least in terms of what goes and gets done in a Wingstone in terms of craft and what goes in and out, I pride myself on knowing what gets made and for who. That
The face that goes.
mutant wretch tried, and I do mean tried, to put some orders through for, let's just say, animal cages. Through our forge, our forging districts, and our garden districts. Did not allow that to happen, and I promptly reported it to any surrounding townships. Because, as it is, with the mess in the lost market, I've grown pretty accustomed to the smell of abyssal fetiditude. I am the reason that civilians don't go wandering around that area by accident.
Lamps.
I made damn sure that the lamp district and the mining of those crystals expanded hundreds-fold. Matter of fact, the presence of that mine, apparently, according to reports, made a specific middle-aged individual with some heavily jaundiced eyes have quite the rash.
What color are the crystals?
They come in varying colors, most all of them still, for the most part, entirely translucent or transparent. They all glow in the dark, and they are all remarkably good at taking on light-based enchantments. That geode has been around for a long time. Suggestions indicate, based off of magical readings and research, I'm not magically inclined myself, I know my way around objects. Research indicates that a leyborn died there some several thousand years ago, and formed a heart of ley, kind of right at the center of what initially was just a small little quartz deposit, and it since then grew into something quite potent, not magical inherently, but porous and remarkably accepting of magical influence. Especially for light-based magic.
Nicodemus, when I was little.
Forgive me, I am Zyga. Proper introduction is the harbinger of industries here in Wingstone.
Okay. I have questions.
Yes.
You know about industries. You know about secrets about industries. She shows them the beholder. What do you know about this?
First of all, that's gross. I would suggest, first of all, get some embalming equipment. We do sell some. It'll help with the smell.
I'm asking the visual. She puts the visual out of what they were using at the machine.
Oh, yes.
Let me go ahead and roll a Tinker's check for Harbinger of Industries here. He has expertise in Tinker's tools. Natural 10. It's got a high modifier, so it's not a terrible roll.
I'm gonna give him what he needs it.
Okay. Okay, 12. A little bit higher. Sometimes them's the breaks, but not a terrible roll.
Right, well.
If I were to make something like that, to be honest, I think I would go more so through the rogues market than anything else, and that's just where unusual materials make their way through. It's called the rogues market because, well, it's a little bit of a joke that all the prices are a steal, but it's just because it's unusual things that make their way through there, and nobody knows how to price them.
This was a machine in 𝕲𝖊𝖓.
Yes, a machine in 𝕲𝖊𝖓, where the weirdness is by definition part and parcel with the land, but that is for, honestly, for harvesting anti-magical ichor, best I can tell, at least in regards to the floating beholder within. Now that can be used to create essentially a neutral base for a number of things that you're looking to contain, although essentially if you were to treat that with organic magical materials, essentially you'd risk pickling it. Preserve it you still would, but you would essentially pickle it in the process.
She shows them Trent's laboratory.
That pisses
Not
me
the
off.
one in green. Not in green. Not the other one. The one in Vicini.
That pisses me off.
She shows him the art gallery.
Such brilliant concepts executed by such twisted people. Why does the world have to be like that? It just defies proper explanation to me. It's a waste of potential, really.
I'm gonna ask you if you know anything about... She looks at the convicted man. Let's talk, Shihu. She shows him the man underwater with the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 surrounding him. The 𝕲𝖊𝖓 being supported by other 𝕲𝖊𝖓 magic. She puts the ledger down in front of the convicted man. The copy that she made 3 copies.
Right, well that's fucked.
He made 3 of those. There's one in each world. Connected to this one. And the same river. Same lake. She looks at Nick. With the most... her expression she's had in a while. She shows them the kobolds in his face when she took the mask off. What it looked like. And she's watching the Lich's face more than anything else.
There's a look of turned consideration It's not concern, it's not empathy, but it is... There's a read of disgust. Still with what she's observing.
This monster, she shows in the water, is working with something called the Lords of Chaos. And the Velix Rebellion. And Zerithrian's father. They're all connected.
The proper Lords of Wingstone are re-establishing the Dragon's Ward and the Dragon's District. They are, however, currently out fighting in this mess. So we rule as we have in their absence.
I can offer you one dragon of my own. Stay at the castle and protect this space.
No. No. We won't do that. But we will ramp up a more direct approach to militarizing.
I'm going to warn you, a month from now, the metallics will be returning. I'm giving you the courtesy.
Understood.
The last will be crystal. I know why he's doing it this way. It just sucks. It hurts. It's tiring. I unleashed that terror on Jihu. My son is evacuating people as we speak, and people are probably trying to help them. It's just evacuations of cities while that dragon burns itself to death. It's in its twilight years. It's ready to go.
Every passing in-game day, by the way, I've been rolling a con save with a bitch. She's still not dead.
Her children will be monsters, though I'm going to probably have them escorted back to Orma. With a little convincing, the father will agree to.
Then we'll get it figured out.
The combination of green and red is a bad idea. Or black and red is a bad idea.
It's basically napalm dragons.
I know. She looks over at Nicodemus and looks at her. They won't live long on the other side. There are bigger and scarier things over there than them.
Oh
never
shit,
seen a
7 minutes ago.
spider
Thank you, 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓 24 for the follow. I don't know why the notification sound didn't go off.
I gotta figure it out, Joe. After
I
she
thought so. We'll get it
looks
figured
over,
out.
she looks over at this poor man and pets Navarre's head right in between his ears and right underneath where it makes his head feel good.
Yes.
She looks over at Nick. How much do I tell them? How much do I let them know?
However much you feel comfortable. And I will say, for the sake of simplicity, what do you leave out?
I will. She's gonna leave out a lot. So the whole thing is like, it's more or less letting her actually say it.
Okay.
She makes them aware of the war. She makes them aware of where the forces are located, what's going on where, what the location, what the state is of the situation. Because her war board is accurate in tracing what's going on. I can't find, maybe you can. Do you have any effects or any knowledge of anything sent to the Underdark in the western region that have gone under the radar, things that have gone missing?
Well, let me see here.
I'm trying to find out where they got their supply.
This is 𝕲𝖊𝖓 mentioning this.
There have been some, as far as numerical inconsistencies with some shipments. Some rather concerning inconsistencies with melting powder.
There was a sentry out today.
And
Headed
flux
towards us.
dust.
Flux dust is for quick forge bonding. One thing is for quickly cutting through metal, one thing is for quickly bonding it.
They're trying to fight what she's doing. They're trying to reinforce the brain. The brain is underground. There's no way it would have survived along up above. There's no fucking way it would have survived in the air. No fucking way. Not with the dragons returning. It would have been too easy to spot. Do you have any... She looks at the convicted. Who do you suspect? The one thing I know how to do. Joe, you're muted.
Fuck! I'll have to run some investigations through the rogues market. See what I can find.
Take.
And I'll have to plumb the Sentry District.
Let's make this easier, shall we? Lucy, my love.
Yeah.
Can you and Tatsu weed out the problem?
Yeah.
Can you get me that done in 20 minutes? While I finish this conversation about the war.
20 minutes, no. a big city, Mum.
Let's play war game, shall we? She looks over at the convicted man. I need you to go through every rogued house. You can even use my soldiers if you'd like. I want you to start tearing the entire room apart. Every single house.
Got our own for that, so we'll get it figured out.
I want to get them while they're on their toes. They saw a new person come in. I want them to blame it on me.
Understood.
I'm asking you to put the blame this direction. It can be done in a matter of 30 minutes as long as you don't give them any warning right now.
Then we'll get right on it.
She looks at Tatsu. Go help them. Take your
Tatsu is
siblings.
out.
Make it messy. I want you to do. The only reason I'm destabilizing on that end is because whatever is in tempo is being aided by it. And we can't afford that anymore. I'm asking, here's a question. She looks at the one in the middle as the lich. Oh, master of the life forces. As it were. Tell me where the food goes missing.
That's a bit demeaning, ain't it?
You're the one that decided to give up your mortality and then get really haughty with me and my children on my bed.
Yes, I handle... I don't handle food. That would be the archdruid. What I do handle is the cleanliness of the city.
Let's try death. Let's try death.
Death and cleanliness. And taxes.
Tell me where the taxes bleed.
Oddly, out of the mill district. A couple of failing businesses out there.
How are they feeling? How are they feeling?
They operate off of volcanic activity, which ever since... well, Tempo has been trying to expand. That activity has been diminishing. And as of yet, there's another crystal deposit out there which has found itself remarkably resilient to mining efforts. It's not as expansive as the one where the supposed 𝕱𝖊𝖓 died, but it's rather thick. It seems like any who try to hack at it experience a round of bad luck. It's a city big enough that it's not all good, it's not all bad either, but it's definitely not all good.
Do I know anything about stone like that, Joe? I studied superstition. One of the things Angel was super scared of was her brother was giving her bad luck.
Roll me an Arcana or Religion, or History, whichever you feel would be appropriate here.
Let's go with religion. 17 plus 16.
Okay, bad luck in crystals in regards to religion. Now, as far as that goes, that gets into superstitions of, like, crystalline structures have been, said to hold memory, hold bad vibes, hold bad spirits. It's that kind of thing. And so with that kind of indication, disruption of that could lend credence to it being sort of an artifact of bad luck. However, the retaliatory side of it, where any who've tried to mine it seem to be struck with a stretch of bad luck.
It's living.
That lends credence to something a little more tangible about that crystal. A little more living bound within it. Usually, blessed things don't necessarily retaliate with things like, bad luck or failing or negative impulse, even when struck. Usually there's some driven impulse to turn away and feel like what you're doing is wrong. But there's a drive to mine it, and any attempt, your life is made worse.
It's living. It's alive.
And there's an impulse driven at it, despite the negative effects. It does reek of bad juju, but that may be because of what it is living as a part of it, or within it, or bound to it, whatever the case may be.
It's living. She says it out loud. It's alive. It's growing. There's something inside of it. Flux. Melting. Breaking. Melting. Okay. Can you bring me those 2 miners within the hour?
Well, sure. The mining effort is one of a few failing businesses, but they can be brought to you. Now, I will say this because of the lateness of the hour.
I'm okay with us going a little bit later, Joe. I'm not gonna go.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay in tomorrow. I'm sleeping in. I'm staying in. I'm not doing anything.
Right. I'm saying that because the later I'm up, the more likely I am to experience events while I sleep.
I know. That's why I'm saying, for the sake of brevity, I want us to go through the time. She looks at anything else you think that wouldn't. Where does the city bleed?
Those are the major areas. They're not going to divulge literally every black mark on their ledger here, as far as point of concern.
If Tempo is so close and it's invading, the crystal could be from the abyss.
And the crystal is the poignant thing. That said, that item specifically will require a little bit more material for me to give you than I have prepared right now.
Okay, that's good. Then let's just handle where the flux is going, because that's all she really wants to do. She wants to handle something. She's going to sit and wait until they get what they need.
Okay.
I want to know where it's going.
So, as far as investigations into, whatever constitutes an underbelly in this city, which there are elements of it, both the flux and the melting powder are things that are being actively smuggled out of the city. As far as where, while there's nothing directly stated, there's only 2 places that could go, and that's either side of a war that are not looking to get it when it comes to official paperwork. And if it's a neutral party that's smuggling it, that's just war profiteering for both sides.
Oh no. I know what they're agitating. You already told me what they're agitating. You told me what they were agitating. I asked. She looks at the men. Don't touch the crystal. It's home to something. It's a home for something. It's not someone, it's something that lives in it. They're these ancient creatures that live beneath the ground, and they make beautiful
healing waters, and they protect the space. The geodes are their home. The one made by the 𝕲𝖊𝖓, I understand you mining. That's just normal. But this dark one, anything that attacks those ancient primordial creatures and their homes suffers.
I want you to go ahead and give me a persuasion check for persuading that of the mining operation in the mill district. Because at least for the lamp district, that district flourished because of those crystal deposits, and that's the mindset in the mill district for constantly attempting to go after this crystal.
Yeah, but that's where the water would run. But that's where the water would run down to. The crystal would run down. It runs down. I'm gonna give myself I'm gonna use one of my inspiration die.
Which notably I will mention, at least as far as one of the most notable, like previously successful businesses that has failed outside of the mining operation is apparently 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 pottery. It is a neglected potter's workshop, neglected at this point, which uses a volcanic fissure as its firing kiln. That fissure, it seems, has, and its volcanic activity has diminished, particularly in the attempts to mine away at that rock.
Okay, this is what she shows the visual of these creatures, the salamander specifically, and the large snails. These creatures were here before we were here. They came here. They live here. They make the world work. If you ruin their biomes, your entire world falls apart. They attack you.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me that persuasion.
I got a natural 20.
Okay. And I will not confirm whether you are correct or incorrect about that theory, but I like where your head's at.
But you told me what was in the mountain. You gave me some of the locations. I followed the water. The water and the volcanoes were I didn't know what was creating the volcanoes. It's the salamanders. Those big underground salamanders create those big volcanoes. They live in the volcanoes. Mm-hmm. And the snails live outside to create the water to cool it. They're natural primordials.
I'm going to be honest, during that writing phase, I was a little bit kind of on the Earth formation Pokemon kick. And so that was kind of the inspiration there to a degree.
I love that idea, though.
And so it's a little bit derivative of that. Now, again, I will not confirm or deny whether or not your theory as far as what's going on there is correct or incorrect, but I like where your head's at.
No, but if tempo is agitating to it, because, like, the crystal formations, they mentioned them earlier, they would start attacking the space. But tempo could possibly pollute them and age them and make them hurt.
You are pervasive and persuasive as it is. The mining operation is signing into legal documentation before what is at this point, the Citadel Council to not
she looks at
engage with crystal mining in the mill district.
Just that one. She looks at them. I have one question. Where does the water flow? Pure, clear, crystal, right next to that space. They feed off of each other. It'll have fresh algae, almost like crystal clear white algae on the surface once in a while. And there will be little white crystals around the edge, like this beautiful clear quartz. And it's okay to mine on the outsource of that water, But not on the in-source where it gets close. It turns purple and dark.
More so, specifically, at least as far as the city is concerned, in the inner round of the districts, the river runs right through alongside the Stone Market, the Chalice Ward, and the Garden District. In particular, the Mill District is probably one of the districts that's farthest from that river source.
Did you put something in the way of where they meet? Did you put something in the way of where they meet underground, or anywhere near that?
Not rightly. As far as particularly in the Garden District and for some of the lower reaches, we've made aqueducts for water access throughout the city. Nothing quite that reaches toward the Mill District.
Can you find me who's stealing your flux? Because I know that they're going to try to attack them. That would be a way to destabilize everything.
Same group for whoever is stealing the melting powder, again, and getting shipped outward, likely toward any given war effort.
They've been... He said it would take 2 to 3 hours, so she's going to wait the 2 to 3 hours for her son to find them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have gotten far with Tatsu.
Well, that's assuming that you're kind of catching an example of people stealing shit right now. So. Which, to be fair, some of that melting powder and flux that you did see in motion may not have been people smuggling as much as it was just people setting up for normal shipments. However.
That's fine.
With Tatsu's natural 20, he does not catch a smuggling effort in progress, but he does bring forward kind of braced by the shoulder an information broker, which kind of defeats the purpose of an information broker. But this is a situation where seedy money for info, it's the wrong place and wrong time. This also notably is an individual currently wearing sort of a magical mask of many faces, which is diminished and revealed to be a Yuan Ti, which is one of the local races to Xiu. But, there's smatterings of them, elsewhere across all of Zaria, and they're still reflective of a wide variety of moralities, some of whom are not exactly up for what's going on out there, but especially with their reputation in Jihu, it's not exactly a trusted people.
He pulls out one of those masks, and she watches that person's face.
There is a cringe of recognition, but not necessarily a personal recoil from the object and that's just off of your passive insight of this is someone who knows what that is, but doesn't read as someone who knows what it is firsthand.
Would you like to experience this firsthand today?
I'd rather not.
Do you know who I am?
I get paid to know lots of things.
Then tell me who I am.
You are the Heartbound, the little warlord.
I don't mean that as a diminishment of title, just an observation.
What am I in quieter circles?
Dangerous.
Why? I want you to tell them what.
You're a master of whispers.
That's not why I'm dangerous.
I know.
Tell them who I killed.
Where should I start the list?
Let's go with the big one.
Just 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓, primary overlord of the Devil's Heel before it was, well, named that. And his, let's be blunt, flesh trade.
That was my job, yes.
I have no personal affiliation with any of that mess. But as I've said, I'm paid to know
You
things.
do. She's going to play the noise that happened when she broke. That high-pitched noise.
Actually, let's be perfectly clear, I'm paid because I know things.
She looks at the council and she looks at them and seeing what their reaction is to this, because she's about to lose it.
They're looking with careful and processed concern.
If you're paid to know things, you're not going to get payment from me.
Expected
You're
not.
lucky if you're gonna get
Getting
the
dragged
room.
in here by an angel of death. Well, an angel of murder.
No, Tatsu is an angel of Alara. Lucian is an angel of murder.
My mistake.
Your coin is what got you in trouble.
I'm a little bit spiritually blind.
She's going to play that noise that she hears in her head. Uncomfortable, squealing noise that never stops.
You mean how she hears magic?
Yes.
That's a little disconcerting.
Nick, I want you to tell him what you'll do to him if I let you take care of it.
Why am I being threatened rather than just questioned? You have an assessment and assumption about who and what I am.
This is a war, sir. This is a war, sir.
Yes.
Information brokers don't get paid during war. Not when little kids die. They just die.
Well, there's a reason I'm in this part of the world. And not that part.
She looks at the convicted. What do you want to do with him? You can ask him questions, but I am losing my patience.
Let me be blunt. I don't withhold information about children. I give that up for free. Unless someone smells off.
So then,
In which case I claim to know nothing.
So then tell me where the flux is going. Tell me where the flux is going.
Neutral parties are concerned it is being sold by any who will take it. Which is true of the market, right? That's regulated. Those smugglers are doing so without regulation for who the hell else may buy it. Now, unfortunately, as you said, it's wartime. And they're doing it in unregulated fashion. So just about anybody might buy it for any reason. Benevolent or malevolent?
Tatsuhi knows more than he's saying, doesn't he?
He strikes me as someone who will answer based on the question. I don't think he knows the deepest details of where they're intending to sell it. But he might.
Angel's gonna walk up and she's going to lower her walls and let him feel the pain she feels.
That, particularly the memory of being skinned over and over, as a point of training. You feel that almost reflected back at you. This individual received similar training. Skinned over and over, forgetting about the nature of pain. It wasn't by 𝕱𝖃.
You've met him.
And whoever it was by,
Oh, I know who it is.
he doesn't like very much.
I'm gonna put forth the image of her killing me.
Of 𝕱𝖃 killing you.
What she did to my... No. Of the revived problem. 𝕱𝖃's protege.
Oh, Morel. There's a familiar look in their eye, but not a direct attachment to that person.
Show me.
Are you sure?
I'm not afraid.
Okay. I'm going to need you to remove a spell slot for Detect Thoughts. He's going to choose to fail the saving throw for you to push deeper.
I'm gonna push deeper. And they're gonna see her face go slack. She was taught to do with 𝕱𝖃 where no sound is made. It's almost a perfect mask of smiling.
Justern
Perfect
Realtar
pain
was
smell that
𝕱𝖃's
unbelievable.
predecessor. And 𝕱𝖃's unwarranted partner to an extent. However, Realtar had proteges of his own that he wanted to frame up as successors to his little faction. One such individual, a rather nasty, vampiric individual by the name of 𝕱𝖃.
Did I kill 𝕱𝖃? We killed 𝕱𝖃.
You did. Was particularly skilled, comparable to 𝕱𝖃 at her best when he was a little more sane. And he tried to train a number of others, including this individual, to which you do get his name. 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓. There is no surname. 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎𝑘.
Is this man almost a shell?
Almost. 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖓's original purpose, per what 𝕱𝖓 was doing to him, and you're getting this through the read, was to be an informational agent in 𝕲𝖊, acting as one of their torturers, one of their collectors, and feeding information back to 𝕱𝖓. 𝕲𝖊𝖓 refused and got the fuck out of Dodge the moment he was able to move his legs.
I show him 𝕱𝖓's dead body in my mind.
A viper-wide smile spreads across his face. It's disconcerting because it's just nothing but snake needle teeth. On
I'm
a
not scared of
mostly human
vipers.
face.
I'm not scared of vipers.
Delectful. Now, are you wanting to throw me into one of your torture pits for getting the wrong idea about me? Or can we speak a little bit more like collaborators?
Notably, I would say with the amount and level to which he did allow you into his head, you would get his alignment as well. He is, I would say, just a sort of true neutral. That said, as far as his tendencies, he hasn't really actively indulged in anything evil. And he does have, and he was particularly truthful on this, a code that drives directly against selling out children in any capacity.
Wasn't there a Yuan Ti that I saved that didn't have a parent?
There was, however, you would note that among 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓's training, one of the things that was done was sterilization. That child is not his.
Yes, but that child doesn't fit in. One of the things we've been rolling for is that kid can't fit in.
Yeah.
He fights all the time. I want to offer you a boon. A boon only me and Nicodemus can offer you.
What would that be?
A reversal of the process he did on you. I did it for 𝕱𝖓, I'll do it for you.
Unfortunately for the skills I've learned, I would fear whatever tendencies I've absorbed in kind, that I would risk passing them down.
You wouldn't?
Would you
She
allow
shows him the
me
images of 𝕱𝖓.
to think about it?
She shows him the images of 𝕱𝖓 and her children.
Would you allow me to answer you later, then?
Of course. I would ask you to take on a protege and see if it works.
Now, what else would you like to know? I tend to answer based on the question,
Which based, again, on also how you read into him, that's entirely based on his training, to also then not bog down people with extra information that doesn't necessarily pertain to what they've asked.
She puts the ledger in front of him. I don't know these names. This is Trent's ledger.
I think we save that for a less public place. Fair.
No. They deserve to know.
Right. Well, what I mean is not here and now when you're discussing war efforts.
This is part of it.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to
Let me
just
put it to
explain
this way.
what this is? Well,
I will. No. Let me give you the information. So you have information. It's not only fair that I keep it all to myself. What if I were to tell you that 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖘, father, that the 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘, and that several dark deities want to drive us back into the dark?
that just sounds like an average mysterious. That just sounds like an average mysterious.
Yes.
In other words, an average Monday.
And what if I were to tell you that the vampires that your friend helped raise are in Jihu?
Great. Now I will say my skills aren't combative as much as they are infiltrative and inquisitive. I'm more a scalpel in the shadows than a knife in the dark. And all
What if I
more
made you work
effective
behind the behold?
is a forked tongue.
What if I asked you to come to Sharni?
I hear dark and musty caves are wonderful this time of year.
What if I
guarantee
asked you
it's
to work
finally
behind a
summer. It is
behold?
the second day of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓. This is my favorite holiday because I get to walk around without a shirt.
You mean you get to almost fall asleep?
Yes. And you're asking me to go to a cold cave where I will promptly slow down.
I mean after hot as fuck. I need someone to help me find who attacked Vox. Nox, my friend.
I could probably help with that.
He
We're
is
having a bit of a
beholder.
private one-on-one
He-
discussion in front of people of power here.
They can handle it. I'm giving you the information so you understand the stakes.
Fair enough.
They want to repart this world. I'm letting you know that they're all connected to Tempo.
Lovely.
I need to know what they're doing with the flux.
Flux and melting powder
Let's
both are
just
useful
telling
for
you
similar
that the-
projects but different purposes.
I get that point, but I'm trying to tell you something. The makeups. We both live in the shadows, yes. You've seen into my mind. You've seen some of the wonders I've seen.
I haven't been trained in literally anything else. At least you learned how to sing.
She shares the image of the primordial and how it makes her feel. What if I were to tell you that there are multiples of these all over our world?
I'm not shocked.
What if I were to tell you that they help the water flow?
Okay, let me reiterate. And he reopens his mind. And you get a flash moving to 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓. Deep in the densely covered jungles, you see, among the coiling vines and trees, a snake that stretches for miles and is just barely not visible to the naked eye, except for when you manage to pay attention. I get it.
I'm terrified.
Wasn't about to show you exactly where that was. That's my find.
I've seen 3 of them now. They're beautiful, intimidating, glorious.
Through you, that makes 5. Because there's your 3.
Why?
And my first 2. Have you seen the one that flies yet?
Haven't seen it yet.
She'll only show off if she wants to. I'll let you know, she likes to hang around where the mountains fly.
Wonder where I live.
Not under.
Not from your point of view.
Where can you expect a waterfall to go up?
Get out of it.
As whacked out and wrong as that place is, it's beautiful in its own ways.
I haven't gotten a chance to explore it. I was in awe of Kirin and how cold it was. I was in awe for the first time I ever took flight. I was in awe. You know what? I think I will give you a gift.
If it involves in any way
She takes-
apotheosis. Again, unfortunately,
You can't do
I'm a little
that.
bit spiritually blind.
Why is that?
Consequences. A story I'll tell you another time if we end up meeting again, but I have to leave some mystique, don't I? It's part of my job.
She looks over and runs her hand. I'm going to show you something spectacular. And maybe you'll understand what it is. I know you're a little spiritually blind. Piero, can you come up for me, please?
Piero pops up.
Hi, can you come out, please?
Kai also pops up.
Piero is from the plane of fire. And she looks over at Kai, and Kai is from the deepest parts of the ocean, where no one speaks but the monster of the deep. She's kind of trying to figure out this guy. Can I roll some insight? What would impress this man? What would give him awe and pause?
Roll an insight.
I know it's going to be small. It's going to be something not humongous. An 18 plus 21 with her stats right now. That's what she's wearing.
You catch a sense that he is, especially with that roll, he is already impressed. He just doesn't really show it outwardly. He immediately reads as a very reserved individual. And maybe that was trained into him. Maybe that's naturally part of his demeanor.
Can I read into his religion roll from being in his mind?
There is a studied awareness of things divine. But there is no actual attachment to anything. And with how knowledgeable he is, like, that would be an easy catch for someone like Volk, for example. Or even Alara, or even like Kaifeon in her current form. But there's nothing. It's not like a void where it's like an antithesis of attachment. It's just no attachment. There's no bind to any fae, no bind to anything fiendish, no bind to anything obscure like primordial or anything like that. It's just completely unlatched. Which even for like the common person who for the most part lives under a rock, they're bound to something, even if it's just like the spirit of somebody.
Is it what Angel would have been and if nothing, she'd found nothing?
Even just through like a basic thoughtful exploration of empathy, you very easily probably could have ended up in his position had you not been visited by a couple of dreams as a kid. Where you have that awareness, that fascination, that soft joy for those things of creation, but no direct attachment.
He wasn't given any joy. His, like, what are his likes and dislikes? It sounds like he doesn't have any types of enjoyment other than the vices of adulthood. And those are even emptier than he feels. Like, he just laughs at it. He's empty, Joe.
And there is a soul there.
Angel without Nick. Without Nick, it would be empty.
Yeah. There is a soul there. It reads as like a latent possibility that never found a target. Right? In the same regard that your ascension, or Piper's ascension, or Venestra's ascension, or even Avery's ascension exists as a latent possibility that found a target, found a place to develop, found a place to move and push into something greater. And this exists as someone who has the potential, who has the presence to push into that kind of domain. But has made no acknowledgement of that door.
But he's not even got, like, attachment to kids or family or girlfriends. There's nothing there.
There is, at the very least, some protective instinct there. Like, again, actively refusing to allow harm to children. Even if it's just in that sort of informational broker's code capacity. And having enough sense of self to get out of danger and not bastardize himself.
What about animals?
Being a Yuan-Ti, I mean, naturally there may be some affinity with snakes there. But they're... You don't see an affinity for the natural world like you would see for like a druid or a ranger on him. It seems entirely...
No, it's more or less... No, it's companionship. There's no companionship. It's the one thing Nicodemus and her could heal for him. There's no Companionship.
Yeah. I will say this. This man seems strikingly comfortable with himself. Not to the point where he... Again, not to the point where he doesn't prefer the company of others, but where he just overwhelmingly prefers it to himself.
It could be perfect for Maripus, too, considering the peace situation.
He could. And you'd think that Maripus would have easily latched on someone like that. Like, this strikes you as like a hermit embodied, almost, in that regard.
Just help me. I don't know what to give him to get what I need.
And what do you need?
I need the why. And I know he knows. I know as somebody like Angel, he can already put the pieces together. He's smart enough to do it. They were raised the same way. He knows exactly what it is. It's just like her and Nick. They can put 2 and 2 together. They've always been like that. He's like them. Is there a thread in any of her kids that attaches to this man?
No.
He's so solitary.
That solitude, as concerning as it is, would make you wonder, like, if he were to choose to develop, you would almost be afraid that he would go in the direction that, like, Vanestra's going, for example, where it's a lot of power, and it could be a lot of influence to the benefit of people, but it is, by its nature, solitary.
The problem is that the solitariness is what worries her, because it's not just the solitary itself, it's the fact that there is nothing there. There's no home to go home to, there's no parents, there's no nothing, there's nothing. It's cold.
Cold, but not evil. That's the biggest certainty that you feel. It's not
He's
evil.
lost. Yes, but he's lost, like she was. That's what's making Angel hurt so much, is because he's lost. And now she kind of feels what Piv felt for her. He's lost.
Would you be okay having this conversation with me again?
She starts nodding, but it's just scary for her right now. She's just in tears.
It's not the first time I've gotten that look from someone who actually tried to read me.
It's not what you think.
I know. I know.
She pushes into his head even further, considering he gave her deeper detect thoughts. She pushes the image of her parents being held, but it felt like the safety of it all. And then what Ashitorin did, tearing it away. How much loss and emptiness there was.
And you get
And
in
then her
reflection.
siblings.
Yuan-Ti are hatched. Sometimes, oftentimes, for
They're
healthy
alone.
ones, even evil ones, they're greeted by the parents that laid them,
Yep.
that cared for those eggs. A hatchling hatches
Manila.
in an open forest, greeted by no one, no clutch around him. An egg. Absent.
Yeah, I know. Joe, I know how you want to work.
poignantly that flash of memory is an exception even for their species.
She shows him everything. Every bit of connection, if being there. 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓, even though he was such an asshole.
Yeah. With that, you finally
Dark
feel
kind
a
of it.
surge of emotion. Dark emotion though it is, as he immediately recognizes it and pushes it away. It is powerful envy. As he pushes it aside, recognizing it, you immediately catch that he recognizes that emotion and throws it away, knowing what it is and what it means.
I'm gonna latch onto that hand. Because envy can be answered as long as the other person's willing to hold the hand of the person who's lonely.
It is not my place to covet what others have.
No, it is not.
So let me
But
throw it
you are a
away.
person. You're not coveting it. She remembers what it's like to go numb. She shows him what it's like to go numb. She shows him the walk home after killing 𝕲𝖊𝖓. The only thing after alive was seeing Nicodemus again. The only thing, the only thought was getting home. The loneliness, the drive. She's just trying to find a way to connect with him, and she shows him what it's like to have no emotion. To be walking, your leg hurts, you're bleeding for miles, you've got an infection on your leg, you're trying to keep it healed, you burn yourself to make it stop.
I know you're trying to help.
You find animalism. You have to connect.
Connection, please, from me.
I will.
It always flees from me.
It won't. Not with me and Nick. She goes through her bag and she pulls out a kobold egg. It's right on the verge of hatching.
If I take
They
this,
have
will
nowhere
you
to
give
go.
me some time before we have this conversation again? Because I fully expect you to track me down and have this conversation again.
No, you'll find me. A kobold is an annoying small thing.
I
But
know
it will
what they
need
are.
you every moment of every day. And you will need to take care of it. It's a tiny gold kobold egg. It's one of the only ones that was gold.
As you go to hand him the egg, you feel the life inside of it push back toward you. As if recoiling from his touch before he's even touched the shell.
Joe. Oh my god, I know. What is that thing that keeps biting me? What's that one animal that I have that keeps biting me?
Drawing a blank.
I know one of the kids got a snake and it didn't attach to them at all. And they're having trouble with their animals. So it's like I'm trying to figure out which one it is. It's just she looks at it, she goes, the life itself keeps going out of this thing. What is attached to him, Joe?
I have a question. What do you want to do to try to read it?
I want to do a vibe check.
Vibe check?
I want to do it as a child, as their mind as a child.
Okay.
She was a little kid. The fascination of who she is. Her finding the fascination in larger things.
Okay. Separately here, I'm going to roll a d8 like you normally do for your Chaos Burst. Roll a d8 for me if you would.
Okay.
If we match, I'll give you this.
Fuck, Joe, that's a hard one, Joe. Why a D8? I got a 3.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your vibe check. If you didn't match it, I wouldn't have allowed the roll.
Holy shit. 18 plus 25. Survive. The persuasion is the same one. That one. Right now. What's stopping it?
$18 plus what?
18 plus 25.
Okay. 43. You push in, not just into his mind, but try and push into his soul. And you find a soul there. You find potential. You find a spirit. You find, as much as he projects being neutral, there is good nature there above everything else. And so what is he bound to? What is refusing to attach? What has life itself recoiling from him? And then your thought drives back as you're looking at it through the eyes of a child to a being that you pushed back into being a child and took as your own. You catch that same dark cloud running through this Yuan-Ti. What would a being like that produce if it tried to make a mortal agent in the world? The tricksy part is, mortals still have a capacity for choice and choosing how they are. And this agent chose to be a good person, despite the fact that life at every turn abandoned it, unlike its creator. This snake man is a scion of Volkl, the closest thing, again, in the vague reference of referring to Volkl as a god of destruction, the closest thing he would be considered would be an Azamar of that god, which is to say calling Vokal a god is still a stretch. But that's effectively
She's going
what
to
he is.
show. She's going to share her darkest memory. You asked me what it was at the beginning. It's Vokal's death.
And those energies suddenly clash with each other like nails on a chalkboard. Seed of one trying to push against the other immediately. So, and that choice of words was deliberate.
That's mean.
Go ahead and roll me a percentile.
Percentile? What's my aim here? An 8?
Okay, we got the low range, because I got a 3.
And 5 points. That's how it was when I killed him. 5 points.
Yeah, that's funny, ain't it?
It's weird, Joe. It's fucking weird, Joe.
I love D&D. All right, so as that realization trips, as that memory gets passed, you don't even register as you come back to consciousness that 𝕱𝖊𝖓 is just touching this man's chest. He's not the necklace. He's right there. He's touching this man's chest. And you hear a heartbeat in his mind. What the fuck is that? And suddenly, color spills through his mind like a paint factory exploded.
She looks at this man. She's crying. She looks at her son.
And then without a second thought, on pure impulse, there's not a selfish note of it, but that protective note of I refuse to involve kids with this that you had seen previously just on his personal code ignites almost overpoweringly into a protective instinct, and in the split second as that thought completes, he snatches the kobold egg from your grasp before you really have the chance to process him making that choice to act.
You were like he was. We tried talking to him. But it was like talking to you. We tried everything I could. He was so gone.
I need to go get a drink.
She puts a glass of water in his hand.
And it is with a shaking hand that he takes that glass.
And I'm letting you know it was the reverse. If I remember correctly, I was the 3 and you were the 5. And you were the 8.
Ain't
Oh my
it
god, I'm
funny?
crying really hard. It's so weird, bro.
Ain't chance a funny,
I'm
bitch.
crying really hard.
Vinistra said, "Hey Joe, as an aside, I did send you some questions."
Okay, let's
Oh
take
my
a look
God.
here.
Angel killed the god of destruction very early in the campaign. Oh,
As far as that last question, happily, honestly, give me a knife.
She looks over at this man. You were just like talking to him. I know that Alkuv knows that she chooses not to remember it.
And Alkuv moves back
Because he's
into
in
your
your
necklace.
I need a hug first before we go.
He hugs you as he's getting pulled into the necklace. It's like getting pulled in chest first as you feel the arms get vacuumed away from your body.
You are the same person. Does he have wings? Because Alkuv is still a god. Even though he's an NPC.
God,
He's still a
again,
god.
is the closest approximation to what he is. Divinity is not, strictly speaking, even really what you define.
It is what he's written in for later. He believes in creation through destruction. That was the whole next part of his creation through destruction.
Notably, in kind of now observing, like through the vibe check, what is he bound to? Suddenly, where there was just nothing, connection after connection after connection after connection is starting to file in. First of all, you see the massive coils of a snake that you cannot quite see the head of, green and verdant as the jungle. You see Volk looking over this snake finally with some amused curiosity. You see Alara looking over him. You see Kaifyon looking markedly curious. And again, you just see connection after connection forming, not dissimilar to what you had to deal with. And to an extent, there's a giddiness to it of like, we get to do this to somebody else while we do this to you.
She puts her hand out to his. Help me with the children.
I'll help in
save
other
them.
ways. I'll save the ones you need help saving. And I'll save anyone else I can find. I don't like when children get hurt. When they feel alone even while
do me one.
surrounded.
Do me one better.
pushes. She's gonna do the same thing Piff did to her. She's not gonna give him a choice, just like Piff didn't give her a choice.
Alright.
I'm your new best friend. That's it.
See you in your dreams.
See you.
He walks
over at
away
Nick.
toward the smallest shadow in the corner of the room and is just gone.
She looks over at Nick. And there's just tears, and they're watching tears run down her face.
Come here, Livy. I felt that too. I just had to be a big, tough man about it.
Why is he such a bitch? Why do men have to be such bitches? Just crying. She looks at the council. I'm so sorry for that. He didn't have any connection. My whole heart was breaking. I'm letting
Sorry,
you know, if
ADD
he
in the
hadn't
middle of
saved
a
me, that would've-
political meeting. What's up with this information, bro?
She's like, I'm so... She looks at me and says, there's something wrong. He's like, they're just watching her just bawl into Nicodemus's chest. There's like, I can't even do anything.
Okay, how about we take a small recess? Let's reconvene in just in just a minute while I go ahead and recenter her, okay?
I'm going to find out what they're doing with it. She looks over at Nick. I have to find that out. I have to find that out today.
To which your kids get back, and yeah, as far as the answers uncovered, just switching to a legal sale of both of those resources to both the good and bad sides of the war.
I need to know that they're not attacking the primordials. That's all I need to know, right?
They're not. None of that shit is being used on the crystals.
But I remember that when we started attacking, I remember that when somebody started attacking the water one, all of his luck went down the drain. He lost his entire business. You had this entire discussion with me the last time we had this discussion. And I was like, his entire business? Everything. He lost everything.
Sometimes
He lost
similar
his wife,
themes
he
rhyme.
lost his
And
car.
it may be that situation. It may be his house. It may be his cow. It may be his family. It may be
He
his
lost
pottery
everything.
business. Or it may not
Oh
be
my
a
God.
primordial anchor at all. And something else that is simply doing something similar.
Joe, I don't want any more bullshit. Don't make more bullshit that I can't understand. My brain breaks every single time.
You gave a couple of really good guesses. It may be it may be one of those guesses. It may not. I'm not gonna straight up tell you until it gets investigated.
Why not?
Because them's the breaks, them's the dice rolls, and them's the dungeons, and them's the dragons.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
There may be a dungeon or a dragon involved. Who knows?
I don't want dragon involved. I've already saved so many baby dragons.
There's not a dragon involved. I will give you
I've got
that.
a flock. I've got a flock.
There's not a dragon involved. I will give you that. Unless,
Yeah,
of course, you count yourself and Venestra, but I digress. And also Violet.
Shut up. No.
Y'all are dragons. But
It could also be Menidna. It could also be Menidna because that one space actually gave people bad luck when they messed with it.
true, also Fintborma, but either way, no. with that, it is now 1:33 a.m. It is 2:33 a.m. for you. I'm gonna have to call it here.
I'm
So,
ready to go to bed, dude.
what do we name the
I'm
session?
whipped.
Cause it's been a
I'm
long
I'm wiped. That's what you call the session. I'm wiped.
Vinestra said, "Hey Joe, before we wrap it up fully, just need to know that final query."
Sure, yeah. Stats will help.
That doesn't say anything.
I will write both up then.
was offering to make sheets for things. It's all good. Now,
I will say, this session in kind of both sides was kind of all about time and information, so I kind of want to call it timeshare.
Ugh.
Ugh. That implies you have a better idea.
No, it implies I didn't like the idea.
whatever you want to call it.
Vinestra said, "As for names, absconded with time."
I'm just surprised that Blue wanted to make a friend. Blue's not the girl. I'm just surprised. She got her first person. She doesn't get many people to worship her. She's like, whatever.
Ooh, downtime blues.
Oh my god. Oh my. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, okay, fine? Yeah, okay, fine? Yeah, okay, fine, she said?
Okay, fine.
Well, then we do it. We do it. We do it. Where are my timestamp buttons?